Fox Sports.
We are Black We are San Diego.
The home of the Chicago Cubs, venerable Wrigley Field on the north side of the Windy City, and it is windy today. Ready for baseball on this Saturday, and Will Middlebrooks with a two-run home run, part of a 5-4 victory for the Padres yesterday here in Chicago. And Chris Bryant 0 for 4 in his debut in the major leagues, but this phenom from the University of San Diego expecting to produce some big blows for the Cubbies as we welcome you to Wrigley Field. And the Padres and Cubs, this series sponsorship presented by Chevrolet. The weather yesterday was in the 70s. The current temperature is 46 degrees, and we just heard over the public address announcer it's down to 43 degrees and feels like 37. So a big turnabout in weather, and that's going to impact the game today, and no one knows that better than a guy that grew up trying to pitch in this weather. Yeah, you do love it.
I remember in high school towing the slab when it was 40, 38 degrees. Getting in on the hands of the hitters. No likey the fastball in today. Let's see if the pitchers do just that.
And you can take a chance on the big hitters. You know, just give them a good one here. See how far they can hit it. That wind's going to knock it back.
Dick, that's a great point because I think a factor in today's game is if they get the ball up in the air, it's going to stay in the ballpark. It's the line drives that these hitters are going to try to hit today. You hit a low liner screamer today, it's got a good chance of getting out maybe.
Well, Wil Myers not bothered by the warm weather yesterday. He had 3 hits, and one of them, the game winner, a 3-run blast to center field.
What a great last 7 games for Wil Myers. You know, he can play center field with the best of them. He's honing his skills. He's doing his best. He's a great athlete, but a great athlete at the plate. Last 7 games, 12 for 26. The one thing that I looked at, I went through my scorebook, 12 for 26. Of the 12 hits, the 1 home run, 6 RBIs, 6 of those hits have been the opposite way. So that means he's staying on the ball. He's hitting it where it's pitched nicely. It's just a great thing for the San Diego Padre team. That was 1 swing yesterday for 3 runs, but how about this? 2 swings yesterday produced 5 runs for the Padres. It's been a long, long time since we've seen that. Hopefully that continues.
And Myers showed he can go short and long. He also beat out a bunt single. 2-out production. Last year, the Padres were last in baseball. This year, they're up there around the top spot.
Hey, this gives Padre fans hope because with 2 outs, don't go to the concession stand. Don't go to the other place that you might have to go to. 305 batting average. What does this mean? It means that they're fouling off a lot of pitches. They've got good bat control. They're taking pitches off the plate and maybe going the opposite way. But opposing pitchers are having fits. And a slugging percentage of .588, that's pretty darn good. Great at-bats, great approaches with 2 strikes for these Padre hitters. Totally different lineup, totally different approach, totally different outcome with 2 outs this year.
Last to first in all those categories in the National League, the Padres are the leaders. And hopefully, for the right-hander in the mound today, Tyson Ross, that run production will continue.
Hopefully he gets some wiggle room and he gets some breathing room out there. And it doesn't matter if it's 40 degrees or 100 degrees. Tyson Ross has got the 2-seam fastball and the slider that will just give these hitters some fits. The last 2 starts, 1-0. The 3.75 ERA, that might look a little high to you, but you know what? It doesn't matter because Tyson Ross is getting support. And if you have an ERA of 3 or 3.5, but you're getting 4, 5, maybe 6 runs a start, hey, just go at it with your best stuff. Hopefully we see that best stuff today out of Tyson Ross.
He's only started once against the Cubs. That was here at Wrigley last year, and he set a career high for strikeouts in that game, 11. So he comes to the mound today feeling pretty good about the environs.
Not only the slider, but the 2-seamer. It's a great pitch for Tyson Ross.
Well, coming up, the garrulous Wil Myers. He likes to talk to everyone, and he likes the way his bat is talking as well. We'll meet the young man from Carolina when we come back.
been back to Wrigley Field, joined with the guy who hit the go-ahead home run yesterday, Wil Myers. First off, congratulations on your first home run as a Padre. How'd it feel?
It was good, just to be able to put the team up right there. I couldn't ask for a better first home run right there, so it was good.
A couple years working under Joe Maddon. What's it like to now go against him?
It's fun. I talked to him before BP today. I talked to him in spring training some, but he's a great guy. I enjoyed playing for him, but, definitely I want to come out yesterday and beat him.
Well, Buddy Black's good friends with him, and he's told us tons of stories, so I want to hear one from you. Give me a good scoop on a Joe Maddon story.
Good Joe Maddon story. There's so many of them, man. I think the biggest thing about Joe is just how he keeps it loose in the clubhouse, whether it's bringing in animals. I was playing cards one day at the table, and he brought in like a 30-foot snake. So I'm not really sure what that was about. I'm not a big snake guy, but that was pretty crazy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
What other animals?
There was penguins that came in. He brought a monkey in one time. So a bunch of assortment of animals. So it was pretty wild.
Is this supposed to be like motivation?
I don't know what it was. I'm not sure. I think he's just an animal lover. I don't know what it was.
I love it. I love this scoop. Well, back-to-back games, the guys have come back from behind. Can they do it in Game 2 against the Cubs? We got first pitch coming up from Wrigley when we return.
And we're set for baseball on this Saturday in the Windy City. Padres and Cubs, game 2 of the 3-game series before the Padres move on to Colorado for 4, beginning on Monday night. And the wind keeps whipping those pennants straight in from the north, from the left field corner in toward home plate, and will angle sometimes into the right field corner. Anything hit in the air to center field will curl toward the right field foul line, and you better hit it hard and low if you want to hit a home run to left field today.
Yeah, you got the Parkers out today. You've got the long sleeves. Different weather than yesterday. That's how quickly it can turn here.
But it's Chicago, and the players came prepared. There was a warning in the locker room back at Petco Park to bring all your cold weather gear, your beanies, the whole works, the long underwear, and they'll come to good use here and probably in Colorado as well. Well, Bud Black has set his lineup for this afternoon's game. Let's check how the Padres will hit against the right-hander Kyle Hendricks of the Chicago Cubs. Reminder, the Padres lineup is brought to you by Toyota. Wil Myers, pretty much the lineup that Bud Black's been using with one exception, a change at catching. Wil Myers, then Yonder Alonso moves up into the second spot with Derek Norris given the afternoon, at least in the starting lineup, off. Then Matt Kemp and Justin Upton. Will Middlebrooks will hit 5th. Jed Jerko 6th. And Marista moves up a notch to 7th. And then Will Nieves has played one game, has 1 hit, and produced 4 runs with it. The Grand Slam home run that win a big game for the Padres, and Tyson Ross on the mound. But Black in his 9th season has his team winning the last 3 in a row. They're now 7-4, a half game behind Colorado and the Dodgers. They have started at 7-3.
So many positives for this Padre team, Dick. We saw a lot in yesterday's game. Hopefully it carries over to game 2.
There's the umpiring crew with Bill Walke calling the balls and strikes. James Hoy, crew chief John Hirschbeck will work second base, and Sam Holbrook at third.
Kind of a rough day behind the plate yesterday for Sam Holbrook. The strike zone was like one of those tires at the carnival. Remember, you got to throw the football through the tire.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
To win the Cupid down, and then of course he ejected Joe Madden. He's going to be down at third base today. I wonder if he's going to hear an earful down at third base from the Cub dugout.
Yeah, knowing Joe Madden, all is forgotten, not forgiven, and you move on to the next day. Well, our Cubs defense today is brought to you by Renovation Realty, and Joe Madden's team on defense will look like this. Coughlin in left field, Fowler in center, and Soleil, the young Cuban, in right field. Bryant making his second start at third base with Castro and Herrera, the double play combination. Anthony Rizzo at first base. And Miguel Montero, the former Arizona Diamondback, behind the plate for Kyle Hendricks. Kyle Hendricks, Mark Grant.
And Kyle Hendricks, when you look at the scouting report this year, 1 start, 4 1/3 innings pitched, 8 hits, so a lot of base runners. He will throw the changeup anytime. He throws a lot of changeups. That's his secondary pitch, along with a curveball, a cutter, a 2-seam fastball, and he tries to use both sides of the plate. His MO is to stay out of the heart of the plate and work those corners.
Well, he grew up keeping an eye on the San Diego Padres, living in San Juan Capistrano, went to Mission Viejo Capistrano High School. A look at the keys to the game brought to you by your Honda dealers of San Diego County.
How about Padres outfield go ivy? Professor, you want to elaborate on that one?
Well, the ivy isn't there, but the walls have the ivy vines, and don't go into the vine now, go over the vine.
Very good call on your part. And starter, go 6+ innings. So we talked about the starters going deep, right? 6+, 7+. Tyson Ross is used to that territory. Hopefully he carries it over in this start today.
368 to the power alleys in left and right center, but that's going to play about 30 feet longer than that with the wind today. Friendly confines, but that applies in the middle of summer where the wind's coming from the south and helping the hitters. Anything get in the air driving out of the ballpark. Not today. Those blankets going to come in handy this afternoon. Yesterday, Dexter Fowler with his drive to left center field eludes Wil Myers and disappears into the vines, and Fowler just kept running thinking he had a home run, and the ground rules state whether there's leaves on those vines or not, when it's embedded, it's a ground rule double. It's a big play because it would have tied the game had it been ruled a home run. So Myers, red hot the last 7 games, as you've already seen. 12 for 26 with 5 doubles and a home run and 6 runs batted in. Kris Bryant gets his second start. The nerves will be gone. He had only about 3 hours sleep before making his first start yesterday and admitted that he was tingly right down to his toes with the excitement. Kyle Hendricks starts the game with a called strike. Strike 2. They're announcing the game time weather. Did I hear correctly? The wind chill is 34?
You most certainly did.
I believe it. Alonso on deck.
I love it.
Pitcher's day. In the dirt, 1-2.
And Hendricks works quickly as well. He likes to get that ball, get up on top of the mound, and work quickly.
Hate to get into the weather for tomorrow, but it is looking rather gloomy, isn't it? Outside 2-2.
A lot of rain expected tomorrow in the Chicagoland area.
Let's hope it waits till after 4:30, 5 o'clock to get the game in. So we'll deal with that when the alarm clock rings in the morning. 2-2 to Myers. Check swing roller to third. Bryant bobbles the ball, and safe on the air is Wil Myers. Yeah, those hands aren't quite as flexible today, and we could barely write in our scorebook.
Well, a very makeable play for Kris Bryant. He was set up. He's got that big glove at third base. Does it get lost in the glove a little bit? Oh, on the finger part of the glove, and a little flappy action going on right there. Couldn't find the handle. E5.
Fielded his position perfectly yesterday and made a terrific play on Derek Norris's line drive headed for the left field corner. Denied him. Yonder Alonso hitting .333. On base percentage, 4th best in the National League. Lines that one by Bryant to the left field side. Myers takes a turn. He's going to gamble. It's going to be a play at third base, and he runs himself into an out. Not a wise choice. That's a short throw for Chris Coghlan in left field. That's not much farther than throwing from deep shortstop to first base. So Myers runs the Padres into an out at third.
Yeah, Wil Myers wants that one back. Kris Bryant way out in front of the bag, too, enabling himself to get back to the tag for Wil Myers. Wil Myers trying to do the old matrix on him. Not going to happen on that one. It's a big out for the Cubs.
Instead of first and second and no one out, Alonso there at first base with one away. It'll bring up Matt Kemp. Modest shift on with second baseman Herrera swung over almost behind second base. Strike 1.
Be interesting to see how many first pitch fastballs these Padres swing at this afternoon, knowing that the changeup from Hendricks is his secondary pitch.
Not play. Was a roofer.
Well, the wind's going to help the foul balls too, right, Dick? Back our way.
Hendricks, 6'3", 190 pounds. He's only 25. Was an 8th round pick of the Rangers 4 years ago and came over here in a trade, the Ryan Dempster trade. Good rookie year. From midseason on, he was 7-2.
Hey, pretty strong in the outfield, pretty even. I mean, majority 18% to center, but he uses the whole field. We know he's got pop.
That ball hit deep to left. Will the wind hold it in the ballpark? No, touch 'em all. Matt Kemp defies the elements and drills his first home run as a Padre. He makes the grand tour, and San Diego jumps in front 2-0. Listen to that crowd roar.
That'll keep them in their seats. That'll make them put that blanket over their head to keep warm in this cool weather. But how about the hot swing from Kemp? elevated into the teeth of the wind to left field. One swing, 2 runs. Yesterday's game, 2 swings, 5 runs collectively for these Padres. Middlebrooks Myers yesterday.
We're not accustomed to that the last few years, are we? Padres now with 11 runs scored in the first inning. That's the most of any National League team. Good to get ahead early. He documented that over and over again the last couple of years. The correlation between scoring first and winning is quite high. Out of play. And the count of ball, 2 strikes on Upton, who leads the team with 3 home runs. And Kemp now in the Padres' 12th game of the year has that notch in the home run column. Reaches out, fly ball to right. All of these will be an adventure. Soler comes in and no trouble with that one. 2 away. With 2 outs, base is empty for Wil Middlebrooks. 2 home runs, both of them to the opposite field. Yesterday's to almost straightaway right field.
Hey, I think Matt Kemp went up a club or down a club to hit that home run, right? Instead of using the 6-iron, he went down to a 4, I think. Hit it solidly and then through the teeth of the wind. You got to play the elements, right?
That's
so
right.
His caddy said, you better move down a club.
Mr. Golf, that's exactly right. Big swing. Here's Middlebrooks yesterday. 2-out, 2-run home run that tied the game at 2 as he went to right field into the girders that will support the new bleachers in right when the construction phase is finished by midsummer. Before the All-Star break, they'll have all the scoreboards, all the bleachers done. They've maintained the feel of this old ball yard.
It's going to be great.
Swing and a miss, and Middlebrooks goes down. But the Padres on Alonso's single and Matt Kemp's long home run have jumped in front 2-0 as Matthew Kemp now has his first home run, and the Padres have a 2-0 lead. As you see Matt Kemp out there in left field warming up his 2-run home run, giving the Padres the lead. Dexter Fowler had 3 hits yesterday. Soler, the young Cuban in right field, hit second. Then Rizzo, Chris Bryant. Bryant, when he hit cleanup yesterday, that's the first time a rookie has debuted in the cleanup spot in 73 years for the Cubs. Then Coughlin, Castro, Montero, Hendricks, the pitcher, batting 8th, and then the second baseman, Jonathan Herrera. Tyson Ross, his first delivery is in there for a strike. 93 on the fastball.
That's 2-seamer he starts him off with, and he needs to get ahead with all of his pitches and wipe him out with the slider.
Ooh, almost hit Fowler as he backs him away.
Not a bad idea. Move his feet a little bit.
Fowler's had some success. These Cubs have not had many opportunities against Ross. Swing and a miss. He's 2 for 5 with a home run.
Tyson going with the short sleeves today.
12 strikeouts, 12 innings pitched this year, and that's just about his MO last year. 195 innings, 195 strikeouts. Technically 195 and 2/3 innings, but he's a strikeout per inning pitcher. Foul pass first. Fowler leads the Cubs in hits. He has 11 so far. Batting left-handed, a .333 average. And he's a good base runner and leads in steals with 3. Swing and a miss, and there is the first strikeout. And hello, Mr. Slider gets Fowler. Padres defense brought to you by the San Diego County Ford dealers. Upton and Kemp at the corners. Myers is going to have to play the tricky center field in this win. Middlebrooks and Amarista, Jerko and Alonso around the horn. And Nieves gets the start behind the dish for Tyson Ross. Swing and a miss. Jorge Soler. Pretty good start for this powerful Cuban product. 26 RBIs in his first 30 major league games.
He does not get cheated. And that gentleman honoring Mr. Padre. Wearing the 19 Tony Gwynn jersey. Very nice. Got a lot of faithful here today on this weekend in Chicago.
Swing and a miss. A weak way by Soler. And Tyson Ross starts with 2 punch outs, Fowler and Soler.
It looks like Tyson Ross has left Mr. Slider on the pass list today here at Wrigley Field. That thing is biting like a mule. It's biting like that wind coming in from the north.
For sure. Yeah, this is coming right out of Medicine Hat all the way down to Chicago.
Yeah.
Anthony Rizzo backs away from a strike on the inside corner.
That is tremendous movement on the 2-seam fastball inside to Anthony Rizzo. Yes, he did.
And it's 0-2. Bunting because he's trying to beat the shift with 3 Padres. Amarista, Jerko, and Alonso on the right side, and Middlebrooks closer to second than he is to third. If he gets it down at all toward third, it's a base hit. But now 2 strikes on Rizzo. Chance to strike out the side. 1-2.
Good job by Wil Myers. 2 strikes. You got to bury that ball in the dirt. If it's a swing and a miss in the dirt, it's a live potato, hot potato. Got to make that tag.
I like when you use a reference to heat, hot potato. Use all those you can today. We need
keep you warm.
Oh yeah, we need verbal encouragement. 1-2. Line into the upper deck to the left. Chris Bryant on deck. You see just all the newspapers about his debut yesterday, page after page. Bryant's coming to Chicago. He hasn't been afraid to throw inside so far.
Like it.
Bryant facing the tough James Shields, and Shields took him to the woodshed. 3 straight strikeouts before he grounded out his last at bat. Line foul. Watch out.
Look out.
That's a screamer into the 4th, 5th row down beyond the Padre dugout.
You think Anthony Rizzo is a little conscious of that ball inside, being that far out in front of it? Remember, Tyson Ross has got a doozy changeup as well.
A doozy, you say? 2-2. Over but low. That was it.
Yeah, that was the changeup.
Rizzo walks a lot, 7 already this year to lead the club.
Slider.
And he spoils it. Count remains full.
Well, how many pitchers have that confidence where they can throw that secondary pitch 3-2?
Might throw it again. Another foul. "56 home runs in his brief major league career, spanning 3 years for Rizzo. He's going to be a regular at that first base position for a long time here in Chicago as they're building with youth. And another he spoils.
See the Fox track brought to you by Honda, peppering the strike zone, legitimate strikes down and in to Anthony Rizzo, right around there.
10 pitches in this sequence.
One of those pitches leak in of the outer third, but
and a line drive past Middlebrooks and into left field, and there's the first Cubs hit. And what an at bat by Rizzo. He spoiled a lot of good pitches and then lines a base hit to left. That'll bring up Chris Bryant.
well, Tyson Ross will be the first one to say, you know what, I didn't hit my spot. And you know what, you tip your cap to Anthony Rizzo. He battled.
Prodigal son, Chris Bryant. I mean, everywhere that he has played, he's been the man. Swing and a miss at the slider. He was the National Collegiate Player of the Year, a senior year at the University of San Diego. He was the Minor League Player of the Year last year. Hit 43 home runs combined. He was the Spring Training Player of the Year, Cactus League, strike 2. So the expectations, understandably, are very high, and he will deliver. But all the great ones, it takes a while just to major league pitching. You can go to Willie Mays, you could go name a player, and they don't come out hitting that way they did in the minors usually. Takes it outside. The fans cheering the ball. Ryne Sandberg, on his way to the Hall of Fame, started 0 for 20.
Yeah.
Sandberg, the great Cub second baseman. Pitch away from striking out the side. He got Fowler and Soler. Rizzo battled and singled, and now the count, a ball, 2 strikes on Chris Bryant.
And we know this could be a tough market. It could be a tough crowd as well. Another slider here I'm betting on.
Runner goes. Ball bounces and into second base. Rizzo. He's not afraid to pick up an extra base. He gets his share of steals.
You know, I think with the catching core for the San Diego Padres, Derek Norris and Wil Myers pitching or catching today, one thing you can bank on is that pitchers are going to have confidence to bury that breaking ball. That was not an easy one to block there. Why? Because it was out in front of home plate. The easier ones are the ones that are like 6-8 inches right out in front of you. You know, it's got that short hop. That in-between hopper, that's tough to keep in front of you. Wil Myers did a fine job.
So the table's set for Bryant to pick up his first RBI with 2 away. Inside, full count. Chris Coughlin, left fielder, on deck. It's only 23, Chris Bryant. What a future for him. Did he go? No. Ball 4. So Ross had a 2-strike lead, couldn't hold on. Just did check back. So first and second now for the Cubs.
I say bang him. I say welcome to the big leagues. He went.
Meanwhile, the pitch count up to 26 already in this first inning. Chris Coghlan has a couple of home runs here in the first 2 weeks of the season. Former American League Rookie of the Year with the Marlins. 2 on, 2 out, 2-0 Padres. High ball to center. The wind's killing it. Myers gets there anyway. Good charge by the center fielder to make the catch, and that denies the Cubs in the bottom of the first inning. Hit hard enough that the line drive wasn't affected quite that much by the heavy wind in Chicago.
Leading it 2-0, and this remains one of the few ballparks where the bullpens are out on the field, but all that will change next year once the bleachers in the outfield are finished. These bullpens.
Jed Jerko hits it deep to center, and that's the wind holding in the ballpark, and the tough luck for Jerko. That's 25 feet over the center field wall on a normal day, and a guy fighting to get his base hits is denied on a good swing and a long drive.
Yeah, sorry, Dick. I thought that one was going to leave the yard, but yeah, the wind out here pretty rough. But it'll be nice for these pitchers because once those bleachers are done in the outfield, they'll move these bullpens underneath the bleachers. Because let me tell you what, foul ball territory too. These guys don't want to be out here.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, it's one of the few ballparks where, of course, AT&T Park in San Francisco, another where the bullpen is just down beyond the dugouts. In plain view of everyone. In some regards, that's kind of nice. You sit down there, you can watch a man warm up. But when a foul ball goes into that area with the mound and the plates and players, it's a tough call for the corner outfielders. Amarista at 292. Been going to left field more consistently and is enjoying better results.
Yeah, the outfield plays the spray charts just that way, Dick, way over to the left field line.
That was shallow. Yeah, got shallow shape. Doesn't matter. Amarista is caught looking. Strike 3. Second strikeout for Carl Hendricks. Brings up Wil Myers.
Next up, the catcher, number 7.
And Myers, one other start. That was last Sunday. And he brought the crowd at Petco to its feet with a grand slam home run as the Padres beat the Giants 6-4. 1 for 4. 1 hit in 4 at bats. 1 home run and 4 RBIs. What a moment for Nieves.
I just love the excitement from his teammates after he circled the bases on that one.
Certainly not regarded for his home run prowess, but he picked a good time to hit a big one. Two strikes to count. Base is empty here in the Padres second. Swing and a miss. And a third strikeout for Hendricks, who retires the side in order. Jerko, tough luck. Long drive for an out to the 400-foot mark. Raise Baseball by Jerome's Furniture, where Jerry's price is the lowest price every day. No phony sales, just pure value. By Petco, what we feed them matters. And our Padres at Cubs series sponsorship presented by Chevrolet. The great Ernie Banks, number 14, saluted here at Wrigley Field, marked behind home plate, and the entire season dedicated to Mr. Cub. Passed away in January.
My favorite player growing up as a kid. That and number 26, sweet swinging Billy Williams.
Did he ever have a wonderful swing?
Loved Ernie Banks as well.
Line drive, Castro, sharp single to center field, leading off the Cubs second. Castro leading all major league shortstops and base hits since he broke in as a youngster. A hit machine.
Castro sends a missile right up the box there, and that's a crisis for Tyson Ross.
I thought Obama and the Castros were seeking diplomacy here, and
stay tuned.
Rather harsh there, isn't it, for Starlin to do that? Gonna have to tell you all about my trip to Cuba sometime. It really was a great experience. Yeah. Miguel Montero has had trouble getting base hits as a Cub. He certainly didn't against Padre pitching while with Arizona, but he's 2 for 19 at the start here in Chicago. Good double play candidate. Padres looking for two. Amarista swung around almost behind second base.
Well, with that slider, it's going to be interesting. If, in fact, the Cubs hitters do hit that slider, left-handed hitters, be aware right side of the infield. Alonso, especially holding on a runner, he's going to have to really spring off that bag if they hit that hole. Jed Jerko right through here with that slider, if they turn on it.
Two-strike pitch coming up. 93 again on the fastball. He's touched 94 so far. Right, as a pitcher, we talk about the wind and how it affects the hitting, and especially here at Wrigley. But how about pitching here at Wrigley in the wind?
I don't think it's a factor, really, Dick.
Not at all.
In fact, it's cold. When you're referring to the cold weather, I think it's a pitcher's advantage because you're always moving. I remember warming up in cold weather. You think, oh my goodness, am I going to get warm? Next thing you know, you're breaking a sweat. You're getting a good feel for the baseball. It's no problem for the pitcher. It's the outfielders, it's the infielders that are sitting around waiting. As far as the wind is concerned, if it's blowing in, if you could locate outer half of the plate, let them hit it like you said earlier.
Right, 3 call. Montero, good looking. That's number 3 for Ross.
Time now for our tools of the trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks, and so many tools that Tyson Ross possesses, but we're going to talk about the slider. How about at Dodger Stadium, down and in? No chance for Jimmy Rollins. Here's another slider, down and in against the Giants. He can throw it at will, and you know what? It's so good he can tell hitters it's coming, and they're still going to have difficulty hitting it.
First pitch strike to Kyle Hendricks, the pitcher. So Joe Madden, this is the Cubs' 10th game. He has inserted the pitcher in the 8th spot of the batting order every game. Squaring now. And then the pitcher boy low, strike 2. Eight out of 8 first pitch strikes as he goes through the order. Tyson Ross jumping ahead of the batters. One out now with Castro at first base. Jonathan Herrera, switch hitting infielder. Bats 9th today, as he did yesterday. Bunted foul, and that's another strikeout. 4 now for Ross. Herrera steps up, and here's Mark.
Every weekday, don't miss MLB Whip Around on Fox Sports 1 with highlights, instant analysis, and live look-ins from around the league. MLB Whip Around is weekdays at 4 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports San Diego. And Mark Sweeney, our own Mark Sweeney, is on MLB Whip Around. Does a great job on that show. And please forgive me if I don't enunciate some of my P's and my S's. It's very cold out there. It's kind of cold right here, and the lips are getting kind of...
It's a whip around here at Wrigley. You know, look at those flags.
So I apologize.
Herrera, 2:14 start for the former Colorado Rocky. Ground ball sharply, but at Amarista, he'll take the force himself at second, and that's it for the second inning. For the Cubs, we go to the third. Padres leading 2-0. Maddox there saluted in the right field foul pole as we go to the T-Mobile game changer. And how about the Padre outfield, the starting outfield of Upton, Myers, and Kemp, all hitting 300 at the start today, and the outfield total leading the National League in batting average, home runs, and RBIs. The Padre outfield as a group #1 in the league in producing.
Yeah, the lumber company. Swinging those shillelaghs.
Tyson Ross starting things here. 2 strikes on him. Then we'll see the lumber company. Myers. Alonso breaks up Matt Kemp and Justin Upton. And Kemp, the 2-run homer today. And another strikeout for Kyle Hendricks. That's 3 in a row and 4 total. Matching the 4 strikeouts of Tyson Ross. Wil Myers safe on an error by Chris Bryant at third, his first at bat. They play Myers straight away in the outfield. Pretty well straight up on the outfield, although Rizzo is well off the bag at first. Most extra base hits in the last week. Myers with 5, up there with Carpenter, Duda, Cruz, Adrian Gonzalez. Gonzalez is only hitting .550, went 3 for 4 last night. Dodgers have won 5 in a row, and the Giants have lost 8 in a row.
How quickly it can turn.
Tied him up inside. 1 and 2.
Giants 0-5 at home. They've yet to win. And there you see them on the bottom of the standings. Those flags, they change when the standings change.
Rockies and Dodgers tied 7-3 atop the NL West. On the left field, hooking into the corner, a long run and catch by Coghlan. He stayed with it. Well hit by Myers for the second out. And a closer look at the National League West. Colorado and the Dodgers sharing the top spot. The Padres a half game back. Arizona off to a good 6-5 start. In San Francisco, a woe is us in the Bay.
How about the Colorado Rockies? They're 1-2 at home, but 6-1 on the road.
And that's a team that was just miserable. The worst road team in all of baseball last year. They were 21-60 on the road.
Ouch.
They've already won 6 on the road. Yonder Alonso singled his first time and scored on Matt Kemp's home run.
Second at bat where Yonder has swung at the first pitch. First time singling to left field. Following that first pitch off.
With a steady diet of right-handed pitching and in a lineup that's primarily right-handed, Alonso should have a good year. How would you like to hit in front of Matt Kemp and Justin Upton?
That's a great point. You see the balls in play. Center field and left field. Likes to go the opposite way. Pulls the ball on the ground on the infield.
And a good eye. He has produced more walks, 8 than any Padre.
Well, here's where Yonder can't get froggy. 3-1. Don't swing at the pitcher's pitch.
Ground ball right at the second baseman Pereira. A flip to first. And a 1-2-3 inning for Kyle Hendricks. Middle of the third at Wrigley Field, Chicago. 2-0 Padres. right field area. So some of those fans that sit in the bleachers provided by homeowners. A look at the Padres starters. Second to the Cardinals in ERA at 2.62. They lead the National League most strikeouts, and Tyson Ross adding to that with 4 already today.
You know what that tells me, Dick? Quicker innings for these starters, right? Fewer runs scored. So getting back in that dugout and getting a little bit of a blow, especially with the offense of the Padres, right? You get to rest a little bit more on that bench. You go out there, you have a quick inning, low ERA. Good for them.
Dexter Fowler, the top of the order for the Cubs here in the third. Then Soler and Rizzo for the Cubs. Fowler struck out swinging the first time. 2-1. 3 balls and a strike to the leadoff man. Padres on Matt Kemp's first home run, leading 2-0. Bottom of the third. Line drive right at Middlebrooks. He just had stepped back a couple of paces, braced himself, and that ball right to the glove. Tough luck hitting for Fowler. 1 away.
You know what that is, Dick? That's a big league hang rhythm. Hey, during the next Padres homestand, check out all the new restaurants and concessions throughout Petco Park. New spots include Pizza Port, The Patio, Zenbu Sushi, Firehouse Subs, Maui Wowie Smoothies, much, much more. Only at Petco Park. Not only a big league ball game, but a great venue, great food, fun for everybody.
You know about that sushi. You know about that. They don't cook it.
They don't? I've been eating. Oh, wow.
Growing up in the Midwest here, you know, you don't need something that's that cooked. But I guess some people really like it.
Hey, Jorge Soler, look at his getup. It is cold down on that field there.
Mystery guest. 2-0 to Soler. Swing and a miss. Soler struck out swinging meekly the first time. Steps out of the batter's box and gets the time called as Ross works quickly. Two and two. Which of the streets that are the boundary of Wrigley Field, which one is Addison?
Addison is behind us, behind home plate to the right, so right field line. And then Clark is left field line, basically behind us, kind of left field side. And then in the outfield, Waveland is to left and Sheffield is to right. So out that way down the left field line, beyond that is Waveland Avenue.
And Sheffield is over the right field wall.
And then Sheffield is beyond the Budweiser sign there in right field.
Full count now to Soler.
And the Picasso is at Daly Center.
There you go. Strike 3 called. A fastball pins the outside corner at 95. 5 strikeouts for Tyson Ross.
Oh, we talk about the slider a lot, but how about the two-seam fastball outside corner? You betcha. That is electric stuff, folks.
Anthony Rizzo with the bases empty. That's how he hit in the first inning and battled Ross 11 pitches and finally lined a single to left field. Stole his first base as well. Strike 1.
I mean, think about it, Dick. Facing Tyson Ross as a hitter, you're behind 0-1. That is tough to try to square up the two-seamer or the slider. Man, that's a tough at-bat when he gets ahead 0-1.
And he's done it to almost every hitter so far. 1-1 now to Rizzo. Both pitches right there tickling the strike zone. Not a bad pitch, but 2-1. So far, Milwaukee not a high ball strike umpire. Cozy day at the friendly confines. Sharply struck, but right to Alonso. The shift is perfect. Rizzo denied. Ross retires him in order. We'll go to the top of the 4th inning. Matt Kemp with the 2-run homers. First at bat will be leading it off for the San Diego Padres. Brought to you by Geico. What an exciting moment called by Don Drysdale. 1984, October 7th. That was Game 5 of the NLCS. Tony Gwynn, who else? A 2-run double off Rick Sutcliffe for the Padre win. Kemp hits this one to right field. The wind's got it and will blow it into the seats down the right field side. Anything hit by a right-handed batter toward right is going to boomerang toward those seats. 1-1 the count. 2-1. Kemp, Upton, Middlebrook scheduled for the Padres here in the 4th.
You know, there is a positive, it being so cold today here at Wrigley Field.
Oh, I'd like to hear that. What is it?
Your beer's going to stay cold. Right?
Yeah, I guess so.
If you're enjoying a libation at the yard today.
Yeah, the ice cubes don't melt. Yeah.
Just make sure you wear your gloves.
Full count now to Kemp. Kyle Hendricks has retired the last 8 in a row since Kemp's home run in the first inning.
Good slider right there by Hendricks.
Pitched against Colorado the last time out, 4 1/3 innings. No decision. He gave up 5 runs, 8 hits. Ground ball to Hopper to the shortstop Castro. And Kemp is gone. 9 in a row for Hendricks. Speaking of cold brew, the timeless moment is brought to you by Coors Banquet. April 18th, this day, 6 years ago, trailing 5-4, entering the 9th, the Padres rally, 4 runs, beat the Phillies 8-5, and the win would boost their record to 9-3 to open the season. That is pertinent because the Padres have not gotten off to good Aprils the last 4 years, but so far so good here in 2015. They're 7-4. First pitch to Upton misses.
You know, actually, that little cut fastball that Hendricks throws is a very valuable pitch, right like that one there. 2 things can happen, Dick. Like that location, swing and a miss, but if it catches the outer half of the plate, that little cutter, it'll avoid the sweet spot of the bat, and off the end of the bat, you don't get a good swing on it.
Upton takes low and in, 2-1. Now the final game of this trip to Chicago tomorrow, weather permitting, rain in the forecast. 2-2. Andrew Kastner will get a chance to toe the rubber against his former teammates, the Cubs. And John Lester. Padres haven't seen a starting left-hander all season. It will tomorrow if it doesn't rain. The big acquisition, the left-hander Lester, scheduled for the Cubs. Oh, shattered bat. Ball goes off the roof of the Padres dugout, and the bat all the way to the screen.
Thank goodness that bat goes back to the screen and not into the stands. Always got to hold your breath on that one.
That's a spear.
Well, Hendricks gets in the kitchen.
Saw it off.
Yes. Well below the label there.
New stick for Upton, and the count 2-2. Throwing the ball in the strike zone. Full count.
Cutter away.
Middlebrooks will be next. Got him. Another strikeout for Kyle Hendricks. Number 5.
He just went up the ladder. A couple of pitches prior to this strikeout pitch, Hendricks went up the ladder with the fastball. That's a fastball up around the SD on the chest. Just couldn't get on top of it for the strikeout.
Middlebrooks struck out swinging his first at bat. Kyle Hendricks on a roll after he opened the first inning. Myers safe on the air by Bryant at third. Alonso singled and Kemp homered. But since then, all quiet for the Padres. Ground ball to short. Right at Castro. And Kyle Hendricks has retired 11 straight Padres. Back at Wrigley Field, bottom of the 4th inning, the Padres with a 2-0 lead on Matt Kemp's 2-run home run. Chris Bryant leads it off. Chicago, bottom of the 4th. Tyson Ross, 1 walk and 5 strikeouts. Bryant, then Coughlin and Castro for Chicago. He walked the first time. Fouled away.
Well, Dick, I know we've only seen a handful of at-bats, but what have you noticed about Chris Bryant in the way they're pitching him? Hard stuff in, sliders away, right?
Right, off speed.
Yeah.
He's obviously a fastball hitter.
They don't want him to get extended.
He and Rizzo pretty well pitch them the same way.
Yeah,
they
good
like
call.
to get those arms extended, don't they?
Yeah. And we know the opposite field power of Chris Bryant that he displayed in spring training and in the minor leagues. Slider away.
1-2. So James Shields, you can see here a variety of sliders, cutters, changeup, and he welcomed Bryant to the big leagues. That was Dale Thayer getting the out at third base in his fourth at bat. 2-2 now. Very articulate.
Great
kid.
kid.
Said the right thing. He said, "I'm embracing this opportunity. My dream has come true." And full count.
I got a chance to meet Chris last year at the USD baseball banquet. Head coach Rich Hill just raved about him. Then I got a chance to meet his mom and dad, Mike and Sue and Chris. And prince of a kid. Great parents. All around, the whole package. Good kid.
Full count. High in the air. Wynn's got it and takes it well back into the seats. The feeling around Chicago is they're going to give him every chance to play at third, but he's almost 6'6", and they feel that eventually he's going to have to play one of the corner outfield spots. They need a third baseman now. Took a good pitch there. Ball 4, a leadoff walk.
Tonight the playoffs are on Fox Sports San Diego. The NHL is up first as the Jets and the Ducks go head-to-head in Game 2. Then tomorrow, catch the NBA when Blake Griffin and the Clippers battle the Spurs. Coming up on Fox Sports San Diego, Clippers basketball is presented by Jerome's Furniture.
Chris Coughlin hit the ball hard with runners at first and second, 2 outs in the first inning. But his line drive captured by Myers in center field on a charge toward home plate. Myers made the play. Runner goes, swung on, hit to second base, and no play there at second. And the put out made by Jerko at first base. Bryant running, little hit and run. Joe Madden puts on it, stays out of the double play.
And credit Coughlin. I mean, even though he got the out at first base, he moves that runner up. But that's the ideal there on a hit and run. Hit the ball on the ground. Hitting it on the air does you no good. Leg kick. Bryant's off and running. Coughlin making it very, very apparent to hit the top half of that baseball to move that runner up.
So with 1 out, runner in scoring position. Castro singled sharply to center field his first at bat. 4 for 10 runners in scoring position so far this year. So the leadoff walk to Bryant. He moves up on the ground out. 1 away. Just joining us, a cold wind out of the north on this Saturday afternoon. Very brisk afternoon. That's a strike, 1-1.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill Welke.
Strange look, isn't it? Sunglasses behind the mask.
Yeah. You might think that the approach of Castro's a little strange. Look how wide open he is, and then he'll leg kick and square up.
1-2. 95. As Ross increasing the velocity.
You know, you open that stance and you leg kick, and then you close up. You better be quick to the baseball on the inside part of the plate with those hands getting them through, because you got that momentum coming back in towards home plate, so you kind of closed off a little bit. Got to get him through to get that inside pitch.
Goes to the slider, but misses well outside. Miguel Montero on deck.
And to me, as a pitcher, if I see a stance like that where he starts open, leg kick, momentum going towards the center of the plate, if you're going to go away, you better make sure you get it away. Because if it's middle away, he can take you up the center of the diamond. Like he did last time up.
Chases the slider, strike 3. Half a dozen punch outs now for Tyson Ross. Wil Montero steps up.
And Tyson Ross doing a good job of knowing that Castro loves the hanging slider. He's got the slider speed bat. Hey, there's a Dead Wings fan. I'll tell you what, that's showing some courage right there in this town. Wearing that jersey, wearing that sweater, I should say.
They're going to walk Montero and take their chances with the pitcher Kyle Hendricks.
Did I see a Spartan sitting next to that guy, a Michigan State Spartan?
Well, that makes sense. Detroit Red Wing and a Michigan State Spartan. Wolverine State, they stick together unless they're playing each other.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, that's Michigan State cap there on the left. Central Michigan, I'm sure there's all kinds of Chippewa gear here, but we'll just have to hunt a little more. And ball forward to Montero.
Hey, follow the Padres all season in 2015 with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. I've got it on my phone. At bat is up to the moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and much, much more. Get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet.
So hitting 8th, Hendricks, and not the normal position player in the 8th spot. 2 on, 2 out, and a ground ball to short. And Marista over to Jerko for the force out, and the inning comes to an end. Cubs leave 2 more. They've stranded 5 through 4.
I wanted to show you a little bit of a different perspective of the construction. This is Sheffield Avenue, and this is the street that's going to be most impacted. Come take a walk with me. Over here on the right side, this is right field, and this is the part where the bleachers are not going to be done until June. And if we go a little bit further, you can see on this side of me, these are the rooftop bleachers that are going to be impacted by that new Jumbotron. They're not going to be able to see inside. In fact, one of the owners tried to make a lawsuit filing that he was going to have a loss of income. He ended up losing that lawsuit. This construction's still a long way to go, though, 4 phases, but they're trying to do everything they can to get those bleachers done, so much so that when you're watching BP, the construction workers are out there nailing everything down just up until game time, guys.
All right, Chris Budden, thank you for that report. Are they eliminating Sheffield? It doesn't look as if there's going to be any street left after they finish.
Oh, I think there will be still access out there. I think it's just shut off right now during construction because, you know, the blocks, they could just go another block as a little detour there. That's an interesting note, though, because you're right, Dick. When you look at it, it's almost like it's going to be eliminated.
Top of the 5th, 2-0 Padres. The 2-run home run by Matt Kemp in the first inning holding up so far, and Jed Jerko just missed one himself. He's hit 2 balls, one yesterday, one today, deep to center field, right to the 400-foot marker, and both times caught by Fowler. And today's ball, no question, the wind impacted its distance, or that would have been long gone. 2-1 as Kyle Hendricks mowing down the Padres here. 11 straight retired since Kemp's home run. That's a strike. Not overpowering.
Nope. He's going to be about 88, live around 88, 89 maybe, touch 90, 91.
Hits his spots.
Yes, he does, with a little bit of movement mixed in there as well.
Fly ball to left field, reached out, and that's a high fly that's hanging up there, and Fowler able to run it down. That carried a long way. I mean, Jerko was way out on his front foot and still hit it almost to the warning path.
Hey, Dick, that might be one of those cases where that big screen, that big board, plays a part in the travel of that ball off the bat of Jerko. That was right in line with that new video board they have out there in left field.
And the likeness of Alexei Amarista up there as he comes up with one away. Struck out, took a third strike his first time. And a strike. Each team 2 hits. Padres got theirs in the first. Single Alonso, 2-run homer Kemp. Whoa. Cubs a single from Rizzo in the first, and Castro a leadoff single in the second. That's been it. And a cold, windy day in Chicago. It figures a pitcher's day. Hitters are going to have to scrap for whatever they can get. Any base hits. Just outside. 2-2 to Amarista. Hendricks showing outstanding control. Nothing close to a walk. And strike 3. Amarista can't believe the call, but that's another strikeout. 6 now for Hendricks, as we remind you that closed captioning is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel. So Amarista takes a called third strike both at bats. Here's Wil Myers. He struck out the first time. "13 straight batters retired by Kyle Hendricks." We have a moment here. We mentioned Central Michigan. Had a call early this morning and learned that the former baseball coach there at Central Michigan, my coach, and he was the teacher that inspired me to go on and wanted to be a teacher as well. Bill Tennyson passed away. He was a wonderful man, a great educator.
I know he was very influential in your life.
He really was.
Well, his name lives on because the baseball field at Central Michigan, right?
Exactly. And I was proud to be able to head a campaign along with Jack Weissenberger to build this stadium. And I said, I'll only do it if you name it after Bill Tennyson.
Very nice.
Yes, that all worked out. Nieves, easy comebacker, and another easy inning. 4 straight innings for Kyle Hendricks. 3 up, 3 down. Thank you, Mike. And just in time to see Jerko dive and couldn't quite come up with that ground ball single to right field off the bat of Jonathan Herrera. The third allowed by Tyson Ross, the leadoff man on for the Cubs in the 5th inning. They trail the Padres 2-0.
And judging by the reaction of Jed Jerko with the slam of the hand on the turf, he should have had that one.
Top of the order, Dexter Fowler next.
Backdoor slider, speeds up the bat.
And a tough chance.
Yeah, it was a tough chance.
Fowler squares and takes ball 1.
But see, I like that when a player does that, right? Because they care, right? They're competitive. They want to make that play. And judging by that reaction, it was like maybe, Jed thought he should have had that one to his left.
Shift on with no one aboard for Fowler the last time. He lined it sharply to Middlebrooks. The Padre infield with the man at first base playing straight up now, although Middlebrooks in on the grass at third. Now he backs off, giving Fowler the third base line. Now sneaks back in. Runner goes. The throw by Nieves is right on the bag, and they call him safe. Oh my, that was a perfect throw. It appeared that was right into the slide of Herrera, and Bud Black slowly indicating that perhaps he'd like to see that again.
This is a great throw, as you mentioned, Dick. I don't think it could have been any better. Oh, wow. I thought he got him on the left arm before Herrera touched the plate, or touched the base, rather. Maybe it was a whiff.
No, he might have gotten him up on the chest, and by that time the hand was in there.
Okay.
So he doesn't get the hand.
Right there, huh? No? Didn't get him on the sleeve? Tough to tell.
I think there's not enough evidence there to indicate that he may have barely brushed the sleeve, but if I'm reviewing it, I can't overturn.
See, here's where the instant replay, I think, comes into play to where it gets to be too fine. Because back in the day, if it was a situation where the ball beat the guy and the guy just slid in and it wasn't the umpires just banged him, right?
That's true.
Now, if the throw beats him and the glove is there and then the runner tries to make a move to try to avoid the tag, I think that's a whole different story. But on that play right there, in the old days, 2 years ago, that's an automatic bang because the glove was there. There was no, going into the fielder. Let's see what they say right here.
Safe. No argument from this end. And Herrera has the stolen base. The throw was there in time.
Yeah.
And it appeared that Jerko didn't, instead of keeping the ball down low, went up to tag. And that allowed Herrera to get his hand in underneath.
So no more challenges remaining for skipper Buddy Black and the San Diego Padres.
He can suggest a challenge, though, later in the game. So second base on a single and a steal, Herrera, no one out. And 2-0 to Fowler. How did he avoid being hit there? My goodness.
I was just thinking the same thing. Slider down and in. Let's see where this ball checks up. Got out of the way just in time. That slider backs up. Once it hits, it's got that spin. It'll check up the other way. And a nice job by Wil Myers. Finds his glove, keeps the runner at second base.
He wasn't close to throwing a strike. It's the fourth walk from Ross. One of them intentional. So the table set, 2 on, no one out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Tying run aboard, and here come the big hitters for Chicago: Soler, Rizzo, and Bryant.
Well, Darren Balsley, the pitching coach for the Padres, out to have a chat. That last pitch was way off. The slider was way off. I had a little chat with Darren prior to this start with Tyson. And he says that sometimes when Tyson yanks the slider or the fastball's way off, he cuts off his throwing arm and he doesn't get extended out towards home plate. His front side with his glove side kind of brings it in a little bit too quickly and doesn't get out in front. So the whole thing with Tyson Ross is getting extended through his pitches so he can make good quality pitches towards home plate.
Soler has struck out both times. Didn't play in Havana in conditions like this very often.
Look at that adjustment, huh? Slider, outside corner.
Looked like he was guessing fastball.
Yes, he was. Great location. Looks like a fastball. Dips out of the zone late. Now you make contact with one of those. You get a ground ball somewhere. You're talking two.
You referred to Starlin Castro's stance being wide open. Look at Soler. Same thing.
Yep.
His left foot's almost out of the batter's spots. Two. Another slider.
Greatest compliment a pitcher can give a pitching coach after a visit is to throw quality pitches. High leg kick, lead with that backside, get extended. And it looks like he did just that on that last pitch.
2 on, no one out. 2 strikes now to Soler. Got him. Trifecta. He's been punched out 3 straight times by Tyson Ross. Total of 7 strikeouts for the Padre right-hander.
Hey, the sign of a good pitcher, a good player in any sport is when your back is up against the wall. How do you perform, right? Well, Tyson Ross, after the 2 base runners, the single and the walk, okay, 1/3 out of the way, right? You still have runners on. He made quality pitches to a guy who spans the zone. Now he's got to deal with Anthony Rizzo.
Rizzo singled the left field first time and hit the ball hard in the 3rd as well, but right at Alonso for a ground out. Tying run carried at first base by Fowler. That's a strike.
Look at that movement of the 2-seam fastball. How many times had Tyson Ross has straightened up left-handed hitters? Adrian Gonzalez, Anthony Rizzo with that 2-seamer on the inside part of the plate.
As you mentioned, you got to keep it in there.
Yes,
you
do.
Want it to leak out over the middle of the plate. And he misses with a slider. 2-1. Good discipline for Anthony Rizzo, and 25 years young. Walks a lot, in part in respect from pitchers. They know his power. The other has got a good eye. Action pitch, 2-1, and a little bluff back at Herrera there at second base. Good speed aboard for the Cubs here, and Herrera and Fowler, the 2 fastest runners, are on base. Two-hopper to Alonso. Oh, right through Alonso. A possible double play ball. A run scores, and over to third goes Fowler. It's 2-1. Oh, my. Well, the one thing that hasn't been positive so far in the season, Padres making far too many errors. Yeah. That's the 10th error committed this season.
Yeah, that one hurts. And you know what? I think Yonder plays this one wrong. He didn't get in front of it. He played that off to the side. Very makeable play. E3. That hurts.
Brings in a run, and the tying run goes all the way to third base with only 1 out. And here's Chris Bryant.
You know, I think Yonder was maybe thinking a little bit ahead because the way he played that one, I think he was trying to position himself as he caught that ball to turn towards second base.
Exactly.
For the force.
That was my impression as well. Well, here's Bryant with a chance to tie it up or more. Takes ball 1.
So it's not so much playing it wrong, just maybe thinking ahead a little bit.
I mean, it was hit hard enough. It was a perfect double play ball. But turns out to be a 2-base error, and it's a 2-1 game. Tying run at third, 1 out, and Chris Bryant with a chance again. He's walked both times. And 2-0. Sooner or later, Bryant's going to get a fastball he likes. So, presuming that's an unearned run, it's the 9th unearned run given up by the Padres so far this year. Strike. Off speed.
Nice slider there. Even the sliders right down the middle seem to fool the hitters and buckle them a little bit, huh? That last pitch, pitch number 3.
There's a blooper to center field. Myers coming in. That'll score the run on his way to third. The throw to third, and he's in. Back to second. Bryant's safe. A tie game at 2. Bryant's first hit, a bloop RBI single, and the Cubs are even. And a rousing cheer for Bryant. Broke his bat. But in that win, that soft fly ball being blown back toward the infield, no chance for Myers to make a catch.
Looked like it was another breaking ball. I think it broke his bat as well. So off the end of the bat, little dunker out there. Everybody is off and running. Chris Bryant realizes the play is at third base and takes the extra 90 feet.
So one of those ugly innings when you give the opposition an extra out. The error by Alonso opening the door. It's tied at 2. Runners at second and third, still only 1 out. And Coughlin, who is lined to center and grounded to second, is the batter. Right around. So you look at the inning, and it's one of those what if. Herrera starts it with a ground ball that Jerko thought he should have been able to field, but gets through for a single. Then the walk to Fowler. So Lair strikes out. Rizzo with a possible double play ball hit to Alonso, but he boots it. That keeps the inning going, and now a bloop single by Bryant. So there's a strike. Coughlin is on the plate, and that two-seamer comes back, catches the inside corner. Brandon Maurer is first up in the Padre pen. Yeah. Ross hasn't pitched poorly. It's
no,
just one of those
not at all.
One of those innings. Should have been over. He backs away again. That ball was over the heart of the plate, but high. 2-2. Infield will give up a run for an out unless it's hit to Alonso. He's right off the bag at first base.
Nice.
Strike 3 call. That was unusual at bat by Coughlin. 8 strikeouts.
The two-seamer. Look at, straighten him up down the middle of the plate. Grab some pine.
Castro has singled and struck out. Infield now has the luxury of playing back in a normal position. This pitch is out of this with only 2 runs scoring. That'll be,
yes, sir,
high marks for him. Comes out with a slider. His fastball 94-95. The slider's at 88-89.
That's a tough slider, isn't it? High velocity with movement.
Two, same pitch.
Yeah.
Rizzo at third. Bryant with his first RBI and first base hit as a major leaguer at second. Ross a strike away from getting out of a very difficult jam with only 2 unearned runs. Just misses outside. One of the runs may be earned. 1-2. Knocked down by Nieves, and Rizzo, he was ready to charge toward home plate if that ball had gotten another 5-10 feet away.
Nieves just prevented the Cubs from taking the lead right there.
pitches from 100 for Ross. All those strikeouts, that certainly adds to the count.
And for the Padres, pitcher spot due up next half inning, top of the 6th. Mauer getting hot in the Padre bullpen.
Big pitch right here. 2-2. 2 runs in. And the fastball, but it was in tight enough. So 4 walks and 6 strikeouts, and that'll get you close to 100 pitches. Even though the Cubs have only 4 hits. Full count. First base open. Montero on deck.
I would elect to throw a slider right here.
Hasn't thrown one in the strike zone, has he? Ground ball back to the mound. Good fielding by Ross on the comebacker, and the inning is over. But a 4-out inning. Cubs get 2. We're tied at 2. Thank you, Michael. So Tyson Ross stays in the game and will hit here as a leadoff man in the 6th inning. And takes outside. So the official score rules both runs were earned despite the error that extended the inning. And the blue single by Bryant being the key blow. Sharply hit up the middle. Castro can't get it. It skids away from him, and Tyson Ross should be credited with a base hit. And that ends a string of 14 straight outs for Kyle Hendricks.
He hit that ball well. Listen. Oh, yeah, off the sweet spot. Castro dives. That's got to be a big league knock. And right now, Tyson Ross at 99 pitches. And one thing I like about Buddy Black, what he's doing, extending these starters, it seems like the magic number now isn't like 100. It's more like 110. He's extending the starters.
And here's Wil Myers. Myers safe on an error. Line to left field as last time. High fly ball. Castro. And now third baseman Bryant as the wind brings it over toward him. Myers a mile high on that pop-up. One away. Today's game presented in HD by Sony.
First baseman, Yonder Alonso.
Yonder Alonso, as he steps in, perhaps motivated by that error, make amends. Pitcher Ross at first base, the tie-breaking run. Top of the sixth, 2-2. Ball one. Hendricks now 73 tosses. Inside corner. Matt Kemp, two-run homer in the first inning on deck.
Hey, Dick, I don't know whether you heard this or not, but I've received word from our stats guy. They changed that Rizzo error to a hit?
I can't believe that. Oh,
That's the word. That's the word here in the booth. I know. Oh, I agree with you. That's got to be an error.
That's just overcooking the home advantage there.
So that means 2 earned runs.
Strikeout again for Hendricks, number 7. And here's Kemp.
The right fielder, Matt Kemp.
Kemp's home run deep to left field as he hit it so hard it cut through that strong 20-mile-an-hour wind and landed halfway up in what will be the bleacher section. Still under construction there in left field after the big scoreboard erected. He grounded to short the last time. Throw to first. Montero, good snap throw, and alertly Ross back. This is quite a blast into the wind. No doubt about it.
That concrete out there took a beating by that Matt Kemp home run.
Yeah, the construction crew working right up to through batting practice, trying to hurry this process along. Foul tip, just got a piece of it. 2 outs, Ross at first base. Only the third hit off Kyle Hendricks. Protective there. Ball was away, but didn't want to take a chance. Spoiled it with the foul. Likes hitting here at Wrigley. 320 lifetime for Matt Kemp. Got it. Yeah, Hendricks showing the good stuff. 8 strikeouts for Kyle Hendricks. Middle of the 6th. It's tied at 2.
Stops out in right field across from Sheffield Avenue. Wanted to get a different perspective of what it's like now that the construction is here, and it really has blocked part of the view. You can't see from here really much of the outfield. It's still, hey, a great place to watch a ball game. I can see everything that happens in the infield. And I'll tell you what, a lot of these places, if you go to my left, your right, closer down right field, a lot of these places I knocked on their door, they're full to capacity, trying to get as many people as they can until that scoreboard is finished, guys.
All right, Chris. Stay warm. Here we go. Last of the 6th inning. Bottom 3. Cubs order: Montero, Hendricks, and Herrera. Shift is on. Strike 1. Chris Denorfia, the former Padre, favorite of many of you fans back home, just off the disabled list. He's in the on-deck circle. Strike 2. Apparently will hit for the pitcher, Kyle Hendricks.
Dick, I want to clarify something because we got some wires crossed. The ball that Rizzo hit towards Alonso is in fact an error.
Okay.
Duly noted, an error. But the official score here is going to charge 2 earned runs.
Ball hit deep to left field. Long run for Upton, and that ball is going to clear the wall for a home run. It actually seemed that the wind helped that ball. It kept carrying, and Montero has his first home run as a Cub, and it's a 3-2 ball game.
Well, I think that big video board out in left field may now knock down the wind, so it enables the ball to travel. It's a 2-seamer, just didn't get it in enough, moved over the outer third of the plate, belt buckle high, and Montero takes it the opposite way.
That would have been into the basket. So that's a good point. That was hit right in the direction of that big new message board, and it may just block the wind, and so it carried well. And Montero has given the Cubs their first lead of the game, 3-2. And Chris Denorfia, strange in that Cubs uniform. I'm surprised Hendricks being taken out. He still hadn't thrown that many pitches.
Here's that big video board, right? Okay, now when you take that into consideration, the wind blowing in, here's exactly where that home run was hit. Now the wind is gushing in from this way, from the north. I think that video board knocks down the wind and enables a ball to that gap right there to travel a little bit more, even though with the high wind.
That's a good point. That ball carried much farther than off the bat you would have expected. So 1-2 to Denorfia. Swing and a miss, and he is another strikeout victim. That is 9 now for Tyson Ross.
Hey fans, join the Padres at Petco Park, the greatest ballpark in the history of baseball, on Friday, April 24th for the season's first beer fest presented by Southwest Airlines. First pours at 5 p.m. Come for live entertainment, craft beer from local and national breweries, and stay for the rivalry game versus the Dodgers. First pitch is at 7:10. Get your tickets at Padres.com.
Now tickets are going rapidly for that 3-game series. Next Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the Dodgers in Petco Park for the first time this season. Herrera out on a sharp ground ball to short and a single to right. He started the 2-run inning in the 5th with that single under Jerko's glove. So Ross pitching only once, starting once against the Cubs. That was here at Wrigley last year, and he set a career high with 11 strikeouts, and he has 9 more today. But Montero's home run has given the Cubs a 3-2 advantage. Let's have a new Chicago pitcher in the 7th inning. Sharply hit, backhanded by Alonso. 2 away.
So Dick, I just wanted to button up that thought.
Sure.
So 2 earned runs charged to Tyson Ross, and that ball that Anthony Rizzo hit in the direction of Alonso was in fact ruled an error.
So what happened with runners at first and second? The ball hit to Alonso. You can't presume the double play. So with the error, you presume just an out at first with the runners moving to second and third. And even though there was a strikeout, which would have been the second out, then the blue pit by Bryant would have scored 2, not 1. So there were earned runs. The error nevertheless contributing because that could have been a double play to end the inning, and nothing comes across for Chicago. But it's now 3-2. Leadoff man Fowler struck out, lined out. He walked and scored one of the 2 runs in the 5th inning. 112 pitches for Tyson Ross. He's trying to give his manager 6 innings, and that's been the pattern. 11 games prior to today, 9 times the pitcher's gone at least, the starting pitcher for the Padres, at least 6. And you have to throw out the Ian Kennedy injury when he went 2 1/3. So in essence, it's all but once, and that was Castner going but 5 innings his first start against the Dodgers.
Chris Rierick, the lefty, joins Mauer in the bullpen for the Padres.
5th walk given up by Ross. And that brings Bud Black out of the dugout. 115 pitches. And a solid effort by Ross. A bit unlucky with that 5th inning. And so he'll leave trailing 3-2 as Bud Black is going to the bullpen here in Chicago.
Ron Santo, 3-2 Cubs join the Padres Sunday, April 26th, as we honor the U.S. Marine Corps at Petco Park. It's U.S. Marine Corps Appreciation Day presented by USAA. All active military get 50% off tickets for Sunday's game at padres.com/military.
And a pitching change. Brandon Mauer in for Tyson Ross. Pitching change brought to you by El Cajon Ford. Mauer, his 3rd appearance. Soler is the batter for the Cubs with 2 outs and Fowler at first base. Cubs leading 3-2.
Well, Brandon Mauer has been watching this game from the bullpen with a little help from Willie Blair and seeing what Tyson Ross has been throwing for Soler. Sliders down and away.
High fly ball. Angling Amarista behind 3rd. Calls off Middlebrooks and makes the catch. Wow, that ball was so high that Fowler had hit 3rd base when the ball finally landed in the Padres glove.
Race around Wrigley.
on this windy day, cold day in Chicago. Matt Kemp not bothered at all by that brisk wind coming in from left field. Homers in the first inning, 2-0 Padres. And then a crucial error. Yonder Alonso with 2-minute aboard. A run scores 2-1. And then rookie Chris Bryant, a broken bat bloop, knocks in the other, ties it at 2. Miguel Montero's home run here in the last of the 6th inning to the opposite field. And we're learning something about that scoreboard. Apparently it is blocking the wind and actually helping the ball hit in that direction. It's a 3-2 game, top of the 7th inning. That's our Harrah's game summary. Jason Mott is the new pitcher for the Cubs. Justin Upton leads off, top of the 7th. For the Padres, wins this year have come from behind. Hendricks a solid 6 innings after the home run by Kemp. Almost untouchable.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay right in that Barca lounger, right on that couch. Do not touch that remote. A lot of baseball left with the Padres only trailing by a run. And Jason Mott, hard thrower, is sinker, slider, fastball, change up.
Former Cardinal, high fly ball, back of second. That wind is carrying it toward the foul line, and right fielder Soler wisely comes in, calls off the infielders, and makes the easier play. 1 away. So Upton 0 for 3. He's hitless in the Cubs series so far after going 10 straight games. He was 0 for 4 yesterday. Middlebrook struck out and grounded out. Hendricks went 6 innings, 2 runs, just on the 1 swing by Kemp, 3 hits. Didn't walk a man and struck out 8. Pitch there, fouled at the back. 2-run home run yesterday to right field. "32-year-old Mott, he can get it up there, 96 miles an hour on that pitch." Signed as a free agent with the Cubs last December. 2-1. First came up to the big leagues with the Cardinals in 2008. Career 18-13 mark for Mott, all with the Birds. Another foul by Middlebrooks. Jed Jerko on deck. Another foul. He's peppering that right side of Wrigley Field with foul balls. Another 2-2 coming up from Mott. They've announced the paid attendance, 33,958. Basically a sellout. Crowds, of course, not as big because there's no bleacher seats while they finish the construction. And a good take. 3-2. Not a lot of base traffic for the Padres since the first inning. They've had only 1 man on base, and that was Tyson Ross with the single. Right 3 swinging.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Diego Padres and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Diego Padres.
So 2 outs, bases empty to Jed Jerko. Twice he's flied to center, the first time all the way to the 400-foot mark where Fowler
grabbed his bid for a home run. Middlebrook strikeout. That's 9 Padres that have gone down on strikes today. Tyson Ross returned the favor. He struck out 9 in his 5 2/3. Ball and the strike to Jerko. He seeks his first home run of the season. You're just joining us at game time, 43 degrees. Pulled to the left side. Bryant up with it. And he throws out Jerko. A 1-2-3 inning for Mott. Stretch after the 7th in Chicago. You by Saquon Casino, only 30 minutes from Petco Park, and by Jack in the Box. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. Welcome back to venerable Wrigley Field on the north side of the Windy City. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. Brandon Maurer, who got the final out in the 6th, goes to work here in the 7th on Anthony Rizzo. Rizzo a single, a hard ground ball out to first, and then safe on the error by first baseman Alonso the last time. Bryant and Coughlin to follow. 1 ball, 1 strike. Three runs, 5 hits for the Cubs. 2 runs, 3 hits for San Diego. And 2-1. So the man traded to Chicago for Andrew Kashner. Oh, he fought that off, and that's going to be a base hit. Or not. Actually, Middlebrooks made a great play on it, but Alonso couldn't hold the throw. I think he would have been out. Jammed, almost a self-defense, get out of the way. And Middlebrooks coming from the shortstop position to make a throw and pulled Alonso off the bag.
You talk about a pitch that got in on the kitchen of Anthony Rizzo. My goodness.
That'll be a base hit for Rizzo. And brings up Chris Bryant. Well, that's an excuse me single. Get out of my way.
Look at that. Oh my gosh. right at the label.
And he's trying to pull back.
What in the Willie Mays haze is going on with that one?
Bryant's been on base all 3 times. He walked twice against Tyson Ross, and then that broken bat RBI single to center field. His first major league hit and first big league RBI.
That's one way to beat the shift, huh?
So the shift fails the Padres. 2-1 to Bryant.
All the infielders on their toes, ready to turn 2. Got to keep that slider down. Tyson Ross did it. Looks like he's going down and away right here.
Low with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, so 3-1.
He's got some good fuzz, Mauer does. 95 with movement. You could see that swing of Bryant, what he tried to do right there. Center field, big part of the field, right center field. That was not a pull swing. And granted, Mauer's, he's getting it up there. See that? He's got right field in mind there, opposite field in mind.
Full count. Let's see if Rizzo's going. No. And it's another walk. 3rd time he's walked today. Mauer gives up the infield hit. And now a walk. 2 on, no one out.
Time now for the Cholula flamethrower. And with Brandon Mauer on the mound, he's got the good fuzz. He's got the good heat. 96, and that's hot sauce.
He needs to heat it up here as the Cubs are threatening to add to their 3-2 lead in the 7th with Coughlin the batter. He's lined out, grounded out, and struck out.
So Alonso at first base will be in on the grass along with Middlebrooks. A lot of communication going on in the infield there. See if the Padres run the wheel play. If the shortstop goes over here with him crashing right here. Let's see what Bud Black puts on.
Coughlin may not be bunting. No, he squares.
And it is the wheel play.
He's 0 for 6 in the series. 3 strikeouts. Coughlin.
We've got everybody in motion. Jerko's going this way. Maurice is going here with Middlebrooks crashing, trying to get the bunt out here, and then get that force play, possibly get that lead runner over at third base.
I think that's going to score a touchdown, that play that you just drew up. Swinging to Jerko for 1 there, back to first. That double play. 4-3 on the double play as Jerko with a jump pass throw back over to Alonso as Coughlin trying to cross up the Padres with that wheel play on, but he hits it right to Jerko. And this is a tough throw going the other way and fires back.
He was thinking about giving it up to Amarista, but he thought, why make the exchange? You know, that's an athletic move. That is a very athletic move on the part of Jed Jerko. Firing a decent ball over to first base, allowing Alonso to get it on the fly. 2 quick outs.
Big double play. Here's Castro, runner at third. Another good stop by Nieves. Castro, line single, struck out, and the comebacker out, 1 for 3. Rizzo stands at third. Sean Kelly tuning up in the Padre pen. So Willie Blair on the telephone into the dugout, getting information from Darren Balsley as to what pitchers might want to get loose. Who's that? Padres going to get a left-hander up as well as the right-hander Kelly. It's Rarick. He was up earlier.
After Castro is Montero, then the pitcher spot, if it gets that far. Especially in this cold weather, you're going to get pitchers up a little earlier, probably anticipating ahead of who you might face
Here's Chris Rurik. And Kelly sits down. 3-0.
So you would think that Rurik's getting ready for Montero, huh?
Unless Lauer can find the strike zone on Castro and get him out of the way. 2 outs. Rizzo at third. And Castro 3-0. Swinging 3-0. Line drive to left, and Upton falls down. He wasn't going to get there anyway. Run scores. It's 4-2. Joe Madden, Green's light. Castro 3-0, and he got something sweet and lines it sharply for an RBI single.
And why not? With the runner on third base. Yeah, there's no way that Justin was going to get to that one on the fly.
He's just fortunate that he was able to get back up and field it, and that ball didn't get by him. So Mauer taken out, and Rurik will come in to pitch to Montero for a pinch hitter, and we may see a pinch hitter for Chicago.
Cubs lead the Padres 4-2. New at Petco Park this year is an all-new video board in left field, the largest in the National League. The new high-def screen is 5 times the size of the previous video board. Get tickets at Padres.com to experience the new board in person for yourself at Petco Park.
Chris Rurik, his second appearance. He has worked in only one game, faced one batter, struck him out. And he'll face Miguel Montero, who homered his last time to left field. Castro with an RBI single at first base. Here's the home run swing, last time up. Frankly, with the wind, we were shocked to see that one go out. But I think a little education on what that big scoreboard in left field is going to do on a windy day. He hit it right at the scoreboard, and it didn't seem to knock down the fly ball at all. Might even have boosted it a bit. Swing and miss. 1-1.
Good pitch right there. Breaking ball down out of the zone.
The red-bearded Rurik might have to face Matt Caesar. Rookie on deck. He will hit if the inning continues for the pitcher. Ball drilled to deep right field. That's well out there and gone. Back-to-back home runs for Miguel Montero. And the Cubs now break it open 6-2. Well, Montero's been in a slump. He started today 2 for 19. We know how well he's hit against Padres in the past in Arizona. And he must have liked the looks of the uniform because he comes alive, as he did with the D-backs so often, with a pair of home runs and 3 RBIs. It's a 6-2 game.
And the breaking ball catching too much of the plate, outer half, Montero get extended. Talk about using the whole field. High elevated fastball to left, breaking ball over the heart of the plate to right.
So Joe Madden's team trailing 2-0 early with a 2-run homer by Kemp in the first inning. Coming back with 2 in the 5th. The home run by Montero, a solo shot in the 5th, and now a 2-run home run after the Castro RBI single for a 3-run 7th. There's Caesar. 2-0. One for 8 so far, the rookie Caesar. 2-1. Major league players with a couple of Z's in their surname. Foul tip, and it's 2-2.
And I'm sure if this Chicago Cub does well coming up to the plate during the course of the season, a lot of Cubs fans will be yelling, "Hail Caesar!"
I certainly hope those 2 Z's in his surname don't represent him in the cartoons. The Z's
putting to sleep.
Yeah. Well, that's what Rick's trying to do here, but maybe after a bit, and he does strike him out. But on the RBI single by Castro and the 2-run homer by Miguel Montero, the Cubs now have fashioned a 6-2 lead. All right, Mike and Mark, we'll look forward to your comments after the game as Alexei Amarista faces Pedro Strop. Strop in his 6th game of the year has not allowed anything. Ground ball right back to him. One hop, and he takes care of business 1-3. Amarista is 0-3. Caesar stays in the game in left field for Coughlin.
Pedro Strop, we saw him yesterday. They call him Pete. 8th inning, an inning. He walked a Padre, struck out a Padre as well. He's got a good arm. Always working for the stretch.
Sorting out the last of the 7th inning. The 2 of the runs charged to Brandon Maurer, and Urich with 1, the home run. Nieves struck out and comebacker to the mound, 0 for 2.
Mid-90s on the fastball from Strop. He will also throw the slider, and his off-speed pitch is that split-fingered fastball.
Pitcher spot due next. Corey Spangenberg has a bat in the on-deck circle, and it's 3-0 as Nieves trying to get on there.
Hey,
That's
base
up and
runners,
going.
right? Base runners, as Mark Sweeney and Mike Pomerantz said. Slam range. Padres are within slam range.
Oop, high strike, 3-1. That's ball 4, and the Padres have their first walk from Cubs pitching today. That'll bring up the pinch hitter, Corey Spangenberg. Tyson Ross had one of the 3 hits off starter Kyle Hendricks. Ross leaves the game as the pitcher of record, giving up 3 runs on just 5 hits, but he walked 5 and struck out 9. Ball 1. Montero going out to try to settle down Strop. Hey, got a 4-run lead here.
Hey fans, one of the newest seating areas at Petco Park is the rail presented by Montalvo Tequila. These seats are located on the rail of the Western Metal Supply Company building. It's a great area. Feature in-seat waiter service and food from Rimal's Rotisserie. Buy tickets to sit at the rail for the next Padres homestand at Padres.com. So many nice places at Petco Park. You can't go wrong.
All the seats are good, but some are a little more special than others when you get those amenities.
They're on the rail. Not the rail I'm talking about. Ours is better, by the way. Petco Park.
Esposito, the pitching coach, out to talk with Strop. Hey, you got to throw strikes here. Don't put men on. Let them taking their cuts. He walked Nieves on 5 pitches, and now Spangenberg 1-0. Trying to set the table for the big hitters that follow. 1 out, top of the 8th. That's a strike. 95 at the knees. Left-hander, former Detroit Tiger Phil Koch getting ready. In the dirt, skips all the way, almost hit Myers in the on-deck circle, and jogging into second is Nieves on the wild pitch. 2-1.
Let's see the stroke. Yeah, that looks like either a 2-seamer right out and home, off the umpire's mask, off the glove, off the mask to the screen.
That takes the double play away from the Cubs infield, gives Spangenberg a chance to pick up his first RBI of the new season. Right down the middle. Changeup. Seven at bat so far for Spangenberg with a base hit.
Oh, Strop going a little Louis Tian on that last pitch. See, leg kick kind of turned to second base, paused to take a look at the runner, Nieves, and then continued on to home plate.
3-2. Strike 3.
Slider. Corey's trying to protect. It's such a late break slider. It's tough to lay off, and got to the point of no return and could not hold on
to that swing.
That would have been ball 4 and would have had a couple of men on there for the top of the order. Nevertheless, Myers is 0 for 3. Is lined out, popped up, and safe on an error early by third baseman Bryant. Try to chip away even to pick up 1 run here. Alonso, Kemp, Upton, Middlebrooks got some home run hitters behind Myers if he can keep it going here in the 8th inning. Yeah, we hope you'll be with us tomorrow. Final game of the 3-game series, 10:30 our time, TV time here on Fox Sports San Diego for Padres Live, the pregame show, and then Andrew Kastner against the veteran left-hander John Lester, weather permitting. The forecast is not good for tomorrow. Softly up the middle, Castro ranging and throws him out. That's it for the Padres in the 8th. The Cubs lead by 4. By Mercury Insurance. You could get 2 free Padre tickets. Learn more at mercuryinsurance.com. By Petco, what we feed them matters. And by your San Diego Lexus dealer.
Another leg of boat cruise down the Chicago River.
And nice sunny 43-degree afternoon with a chill factor down around 34. But the fans here keeping warm, and the locals are pleased with a 6-2 lead as the Padres come on with Sean Kelly, the 4th pitcher used by Bud Black today. As a relief pitcher, you're getting a third, 2/3, maybe a full inning in. And if you give up 2 runs, your ERA is balloons rapidly. Herrera leads it off in the last of the 8th inning. He has grounded to short, hit the ball hard there. Safe on the error by Alonso at first base. And grounded again with Alonso. 1-2. Tyson Ross pitched well enough and came within an out of completing the 6th-inning effort, but 115 pitches. Well on the play. Gave up only 5 hits, but walked 5, struck out 9. In one ugly inning, the 5th inning, where everything went right for the Cubs, plus an error. And they scored 2 to tie, and Padres have not been able to hold them back since. Pulled again to Alonso, but foul. When you look at all that construction, and on this very date in 1923, construction was complete in the Bronx, New York, and the original Yankee Stadium, the house that Ruth built, opened for attendance. And some 72,000 plus were there.
Wow.
Babe Ruth, of course, hit a home run on opening day. It was the first 3-deck stadium in baseball. And the cost of building that huge Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, $2.5 million.
Come on.
$2.5 million. Cost of living has gone up a bit. Now they're talking about a football stadium, $1.5 billion, right?
Right.
We could have gotten our friends together and built that thing in Alpine. Just foul past first base.
Well, wasn't there a big stink when, not a big stink, but the talk of the town around the country is when Babe Ruth made $100,000 in 1 year or something like that. And he was quoted as saying, hey, Babe, somebody asked him, hey, Babe, you make $100,000 and the president of the United States makes $80,000. What do you have to say to that? And Babe said, well, I had a better year than he did.
And then Ted Williams, who was a $100,000 ball player, I think 125 at one time. And Williams had that one out of character year where he only hit 280 or something. And he went into Yawkey and said, Yawkey said, we'll just sign you up for what you made last year, right, Ted? He said, no, I'm no $100,000 ball player. You know, take a cut. I'll take a cut.
Wow.
As Herrera takes a cut and misses. One away.
Well, it's all about holding these Cubs to 6 runs, and that looks like a slider of some sort, maybe even a cutter down way out in front. Took a lot off. Bad looking hack by Herrera.
Dexter Fowler, he's a real pest for the Padres. He seems to hit the ball well. He always finds a way to get on base. A couple of walks today, scored a run. That fly to right center, and Myers, as it holds up, makes the catch. So 2 away as Sean Kelly gets the first 2 men he faces. And here's Jorge Soler, who has struck out 3 times facing Tyson Ross and popped up against Mauer the last time. You know, that big mask there on this cold day, I think against Ross he had it pulled up over his eyes because he took some terrible swings.
Cubs got the double barrel going there. Dick, you mentioned it earlier. Phil Koch, the lefty, is up, along with Rondon.
Rondon is their closer. 1-1. Padres in the 9th inning. We'll have Alonso, Kemp, Upton, Middlebrooks. Well, let's put a couple of guys on. Jerko. Trailing 6-2 at the moment. Base is empty here in the last of the 8th inning. Weak wave. Looks as if he'll go after that slider off the plate.
That was a nasty one right there. Almost Tyson Ross-like. Well, he's got the hat trick, as you mentioned, Dick. Three punch outs for Soler.
Four strikeouts, the golden sombrero. What do you call it?
I think that's what it is, yeah.
Drive to left field. That's hooking into the corner fair and takes a 1-hop against the fence. Upton will play it in, and Soler got something he liked there and whistles a double to left with 2 outs.
That ball was smoked. And you know what? I believe it was a fastball out of the hand. It looks like a little cutter or a hanging slider. And a little dot, little rotation on it. Speeds up the bat of Soler.
A high energy double. And here's Rizzo. Single, stole a base, hard out to first. Safe on an error by Alonso. And he tried to get out of the way and hold his swing last time up and dribbled one to the left side and beat it out for a hit. The only shortcoming with a new scoreboard here, and I think they're refining the use of it in left field, there's no confirmation of runs, hits, errors. The center field, the older scoreboard stays. Thank goodness, it's a landmark.
Yes.
There's no facility there for runs, hits, and errors. I mean, you get the runs, get the time of day, get the other scores. 2-1 with 2 outs. 2-2. Shift on, as it has every time Anthony Rizzo has come to the plate. Middlebrook's not playing so far toward the second base bag with a runner on second. He's got to be able to cover at third. Swing and a miss, strike 3. They get Rizzo, and the Padres will come up in the 9th inning. They got the big guys ready, but they need 4 to tie. Chevrolet. Left-hander comes in for the Cubs, Phil Coke, veteran lefty. And he will face Alonso, Kemp, and Upton, with the Padres down by 4 runs, 6-2.
On the short time, a lot of strikeouts in those 3 2/3. 4, only 1 walk.
Leading off the 9th inning for the Padres, the first baseman,
Phil Coke going sleeveless in Chicago this afternoon.
Yeah, having pitched with the Tigers much of his major league career, he's used to this Midwest weather. Yonder Alonso has one of the 3 Padre hits. He singled in the first inning and scored on Kemp's 2-run homer. Since then, the Padres have had but 2 base runners, a single by the pitcher Ross and the walk to Nieves in the last inning. Swing and a miss by Alonso. And 2 strikes the count. We have a moment. I want to send along the best to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He is recovering from quadruple coronary bypass surgery. Best of the big fella.
Yeah.
Boom. Inside. 92 miles an hour in the fastball, 1-2. Coach delivery makes it appear that he's throwing harder than 92.
Yeah, he's kind of got that herky-jerky motion. The ball does seem to have some life to it. You're absolutely right.
Late swing foul lined into the upper deck. 33,958 at the friendly confines. Cold, windy weather doesn't keep these Cubs fans away. They're pretty much a sellout. Even if they're not playing well, they have a party and a baseball game breaks out. There's a looper in the center field. Alonso has a 2-hit day.
That's a great at-bat by Yonder Alonso. 2 strikes on him. Phil Koch, the lefty. Yonder Alonso, the lefty. Stay on it. Foot is down. Look at how still his body is. Keeps his hands back and rifles that ball at the center of the diamond.
So, leadoff man on.
I'm going with rifle. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was hit harder. At first off the bat, didn't think he got all of it.
It's a line drive in the box score.
You got it. Matt Kemp, home run deep to left field. His first Padre home run in the first inning. They got the Padres off on the right foot against starter Kyle Hendricks. 2-0. They've been mighty quiet since. Well, let's take a look at our Bill Howe play of the game. Matt Kemp's first Padre home run. And he yanked it deep to left field. Empty construction site where the bleachers of left field will appear in a couple of months. Trying to keep it going. Upton will follow.
You know, that construction out there in left field looks like the stands in Balboa Stadium back in the day. Remember?
It does. Concrete seats. Pulled foul. The Padres got their 2 runs in the first inning. The Cubs tied it with 2 in a 4-out inning in the 5th inning. Blue pit by Chris Bryant factoring in there. And Montero's hit 2 home runs since. And a 6-2 lead. .94 on that fastball. 1-2. Good purpose there. Backed him off. Made him move his feet. Kemp hit 25 homers last year with the Dodgers. See if that kickstarts a rush of homers his first today. Ground ball toward the hole. Castro a good stop and he gets the no, he dropped the ball. Herrera. Good play made by Castro and they would have gotten the force on Alonso. But the throw handcuffed the second baseman Herrera and the Padres get a break with the error. And that'll bring up Justin Upton. And the tying run just 1 hitter after Upton, and that'll bring Joe Madden out of the dugout. Can't like what he sees there as Herrera trying to play first base to stretch out, receive the throw. So safe on a fielder choice error. Second miscue committed by the Cubs. And maybe a scorer's difference there. They may be given a hit to Kemp. We'll see. Mark Grant, brought
Do we
to you
have
by
to?
the dealers of San Diego County.
Well, Padres outfield go ivy, meaning there's no ivy, but the twigs out there go over the ivy with the lumber company. Matt Kemp, 2-run home run in the first inning, and that's it. It's the first home run of the season. There you see the barren wall. And a starter to go 6+ innings. Oh, Tyson went, you know what? I tell you what, he had good stuff today. 5 2/3, 5 hits, 3 earned runs. There was an error, costly error there. But I thought he threw the ball extremely well. And that's where we stand.
Upton, the hitter, and Rondon, the closer for the Cubs, comes in to get the Cubs the final 3 outs. And the official score has ruled Matt Kemp's ball as a base hit. So credit Kemp with his second hit. A couple of singles off Koch from Alonso and Kemp to set the stage for a possible comeback. Line to right field, foul. And the wind took that one. Good play made by the ball kid down there.
Very nice play. Well, Rondon last year 29 for 33 in save opportunities, and using 2 hands there and squeezing it. Nice. Rondon only allowed 2 home runs last year, 63 in a third innings pitched. Keeps the ball in the yard. Rule 5 guy from Cleveland back in 2012. Cubs got a good one.
They're tied up Upton with that fastball at 96. Looking for his first hit of the series, Justin.
2-seam fastball in from Rondon. And you know, Rondon's a pretty good story. 7 years in the minor leagues. As I mentioned, a Rule 5 guy from Cleveland. Now he finds himself the closer with that tying run on deck. Going for the save.
Line drive, base hit. Around third comes Alonso. He will score. Kemp will hold at second. It's a 6-3 game, and with no one out, the Padres bring the tying run to the plate. Solid single for Upton and his 8th RBI of the season.
Two-seamer again, went back to the well inside, but not inside enough. Just enough that gets his hands through nicely. He is so short, quick to the baseball. We've seen it many times. Drives in a run.
Will Middlebrooks, no one out, represents the tying run. Rough day so far for Middlebrooks. He's been punched out twice in the ground out. Ball 1. Will with a long home run to right field yesterday, a 2-run shot. Deep to right field. Way back. It is off the wall. Here comes Kemp to score, and holding at third is Upton on a double by Middlebrooks. It's 6-4. Oh my. 4 straight Padre hits here in the 9th, and the tying run now at second base with no one out as Middlebrooks rattles the bricks in right field with an RBI double.
Dick, you just mentioned it. Still nobody out. That is the big key here. Padres putting the ball in play. Hey, like I said, stay parked in that Barker Lounger. Don't get off that couch. Don't touch that remote. Wil Middlebrooks just goes opposite field off the base of the wall.
Not taking any chances. Hoffman holding Upton at third.
Yes.
So second and third, no one out. 2 runs home. 6-4 the score. Jed Jerko has flied twice to center and grounded to third. The infield playing back, of course. They'll trade an out for a run. Inside, ball 1.
Hey, it's about time for Jed to get a little bit of love, huh? He's hit the ball hard sometimes, but no results. Now's a good opportunity, right?
Yeah, that first time up, he hit the ball right to the 400-foot sign in center field.
We were told by Bud Black before the game today that Joaquin Benoit is down in the bullpen. Not going to use him today. Dale Thayer heating up just in case.
Ground ball to third. Bryant gloves it, looks the runner back at second, and throws out Jerko. Run scores at 6-5. And Jerko with his second RBI of the season. 1 out. And it's up to Alexi Amarista. Derek Norris has a bat, and looks as if he will hit for Nieves. Maybe not. Goes back into the dugout. Middlebrooks at second base, the tying run, 1 out. 3 runs home here in the 9th. And now it's Jan Solarte with a bat. Left-handed hitter, but like figuring better opportunity, and Solarte a good success this year hitting left-handed. One and one. Boy, you look back now and the bullpen letting down the Padres, something that didn't happen very often last year. Mauer and Riri giving up 3 runs. The Padres rallying just in case. Craig Kimbrell loosening up. Ball and a strike to Amarista.
Yeah, if the Padres tie, it'll be Dale Thayer. If Amarista hits one out here with the lead, it'll be Kimbrell.
6-5 the score. Tying run, Middlebrooks ready to run from second base. 2-2. It's such a different team, folks. You know, don't be caught up in past history. When the Padres really able to come back here, they're trying to rally again. Made up 3 of the 4-run deficit. Only 1 out. And good swing by Amarista, fouls it back. Rondon touched up for the first time in this new season, giving up 3 runs here in the 9th. Fouled again. The off speed, and Amarista pecks it back on the screen. Middlebrooks with the RBI double, carrying the tying run. Swinging. 2 away. That's the 11th man to strike out today for the Padres.
Well, the Padres are making it exciting here in the 9th inning, and we go pitch by pitch to Alexi Amarista. Rondon, he's got that fastball, he's got that cutter, he's got a little bit of a split finger as well. But credit Alexi Amarista, he really fought off some good pitches. Up and away. The slider also, and he could not lay off the one in the dirt.
Esposito, the pitching coach, had to talk with Rondon, undoubtedly giving him a scouting report on Solarte, who is introduced into the game. The switch hitting Solarte, of course, will hit from the left side, which from all appearances is his better half. As a pinch hitter has produced. If he keeps it going, then Derek Norris would hit for the pitcher. Well, Solarte with a chance to tie it. Padres down to their final out. Comes out swinging. Run at second, Middlebrooks. Out of play. So 2 strikes to Solarte. Now in the inning, Alonso and Kemp with singles, Upton an RBI single to make it 6-3. Middlebrooks a RBI double, 6-4. Jerko a ground out, 6-5. Middlebrooks still at second. And 2 strikes to Solarte. Tried to get Solarte to chase the ball in the dirt. Good stop by Montero.
Got a lot of Padre fans here saying, let's go Padres.
Swing? No. So 2-2, Solarte. Into the seats behind home plate. 20 pitches now for Rondon. Two of the 3 runs charged to Phil Coke.
On ball into right field for a base hit. Here comes Middlebrooks around third. The throw by Soler, not in time, and the Padres have tied it at 6. What a rally. 9th inning, 4 runs against the top relief pitcher on the Cubs staff, and that is a battle back. And Solarte delivering. He was down 0-2, fought it to 2-2, and rifles a sharp single through the right side.
You know, even though Alexi Amarista ended up striking out, he gave a chance to whoever was going to be that pitch next, Yan Solarte, whoever they send up there to pinch hit, to give a good look. Solarte pulls that ball. Wil Middlebrooks can't run fast enough to tie it up, and you should have seen the reaction on the bench. Oh, yeah. Padres hooting and hollering, tying it up here in the 9th.
Now Derek Norris pinch hits for the pitcher Kelly. So that gets Tyson Ross off the hook. The 4 runs here in the 9th. Yes, sir. This is a different Padre lineup. You have men like Solarte and, in this case, Derek Norris coming off the bench to pinch hit. And the Padres send 8 men to the plate here, and 4 of them score in the top of the 9th. 1-1.
There he is, Craig Kimbrell. When Derek Norris hits a home run here and the Padres take the lead, he'll go in for the save.
Glass is 3/4 full with you. Pie 2-1. Norris hit the ball hard and tough luck yesterday. Do a double play and then lined what appeared to be a double to left, and young Bryant at third made a backhanded dive stab to deny it. Four runs on 5 hits here in the 9th. High in the air. Wind will blow that way back lower deck. That's a pretty number 4 there in the 9th. No matter what team you're talking about, you don't see many 4s staked in the 9th inning. Come from behind to tie at 6. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Norris. Padres had only 3 hits through 8 innings. They have 5 here in the 9th. How do you figure this game?
You can't. How about the 4 spot that Padres dropped on the Dodgers? Remember, opening week Tuesday in Los Angeles, they dropped a 4 spot.
That wasn't in the 9th inning, was it? It was in the 9th inning. Yeah, that's right. It'll become habitual.
You know, I would take a double right here. 2 outs, crack of the bat, right? Runner going.
I thought you were calling your bartender.
I'll take that as well.
a day like this, you might want to go for a triple. And I'd take that. 6-6 tie. Solarte with a big RBI pinch hit. Ground ball, just foul. Oh, that nearly hit the corner of the bag.
You know, credit these Padre hitters fouling pitches off. And I'll make point again. Alexi Amarista came up. He eventually struck out, but he battled. He fouled off some good pitches right there.
Kimbrel throwing more seriously now. Mark Rance, it appears he's going to come in regardless. Nub. Rondon can't play it. Everyone's safe. Tried to go with a bare hand on a swinging bunt single for Derek Norris. And the Padres have hit around. Wil Myers coming up.
Little slider way out in front of it. And with Rondon falling off to the first base side, he tries to barehand it. You know what? I think that's got to be an error.
You do?
Yeah, that's a makeable play, don't you think?
The way the score has been seeing the play thus far, to be consistent, that would have to be a hit. We'll see. Wil Myers,
they probably will give him a hit on that.
The ninth man to bat. He is 0 for 4.
Hey, believe me, I want all the Padres to get hits, right?
Let's not stop here. Myers a chance to put the Padres in the lead. 0-1. Rondon about to offer his 30th pitch. That's a lot for the closer.
It's cold.
Yeah, my lips stopped working about 3 innings ago. 2 on, 2 out, 4 in. That's right. Into a breaking ball right in the heart of the plate. Myers like to have that one knocked. They and Kimbrel both ready in the bullpen. Solarte carrying the go-ahead score at second now with Norris at first. Ground ball toward the hole. Bryant is there and gets the force at second. Padres send 9 to the plate in the 9th. 4 of them score on 6 hits, and we go to the bottom of the 9th, tied at a half a dozen each. And a look ahead tomorrow, weather permitting. Let's hope that forecast is wrong. A big right-hander Andrew Kishner will go against the Cubs. He's looking for his first win of the year. Veteran lefty John Lester has given up 18 hits and 10 in the 3rd innings as a Cub. Left-hander. And the Padres will see a southpaw starter for the first time this year. Hope you'll be with us. 10:30 is our TV time here on Fox Sports San Diego. Dale Thayer comes in. And his first pitch is a strike to Chris Bryant. Bryant is on base all 4 times, 3 walks, and a broken bat bloop single that drove in a run, his first major league hit. That wind isn't giving up, is it? At game time with the wind, the chill factor was 34 degrees. It's not any warmer now. Bryant, 2-1. Padres are having trouble throwing him strikes today. 4 at bats, 3 walks, and a bloop single.
Seems like at times he's laying off that slider off the plate. Today wasn't the case yesterday.
Fastball for a strike. 93, 2-2. So a new battery of Dale Thayer and Derek Norris as we go into the bottom of the 9th, tied up at 6. Padres scoring early. 2-run home run Matt Kemp in the first, and scoring late. 4 runs on 6 hits in the 9th. Hitting in the cleanup spot, leading off here in the bottom of the 9th. Fouls it back. And just think about the pressure on this young man, and he's already indicated it's not going to bother him, and I think that's going to be true. His record shows he's going to carry it well. But to have your rookie start his major league career in the cleanup spot hadn't happened here in 73 years. That's how much they think of him. 2-2. And now full count. Yeah, just in 2 games watching Bryant, he's learned that they're going to keep throwing him that slider low and away, and he's starting to lay off. Coughlin's replacement, Caesar, and then Castro next. Fly ball. Kemp shading his eyes, makes the catch in right field. Alcantara is going to be the pinch hitter. And this is the pitcher's spot where the change is made by Bill Madden. So Ari Alcantara will hit for the first time. Slow start for Alcantara. Just 2 hits and 23 trips. Starlin Castro to follow. Ball 1. A strike. In case you're just joining us, the Padres got 2 in a hurry. Matt Kemp's first home run as a Padre drove in Alonzo Wood single, 2-0. Then the Padres got only a single and a walk all the way to the 9th inning, and then they put together 7 hits for 4 runs to tie the Cubs at 6. The Cubs, meanwhile, with the help of an error, got 2 runs in the 5th to tie. Montero's first home run, a solo shot, made it 3-2 Cubs, and they got 3 more in the 7th off the bullpen, 2 of them on Montero's second homer of the game. Swing and miss. 2-2. But the Padres saved the best for last. batting around in the top of this 9th inning and scoring 4 times on the 6 hits. And they had the go-ahead score in second base when the inning ended. High fly ball. Kemp sprinting toward the wind, keeps taking it, and finally Kemp makes the catch in foul territory. He read it well. Of course, he's had his experiences many a time in a windy condition at Wrigley Field in his career. So Kemp takes care of the first 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. That'll bring up Castro. A couple of hits for Castro. 2 singles, knocked in a run and scored a run in the 7th.
Pretty good pitch right there from Dale Thayer.
That's a strike, 1-1. So was the first one.
That's paint. That is paint. Look at those pitches. Right on the outside corner. He got squeezed. He should have struck him out. He got squeezed on that first pitch.
A ball, 2 strikes. Norris now behind the mask. Just missed low and away. 2-2.
Wish I could build like a little fire here, Professor. Keep your hands warm for you.
I wish you could too. I think you're cold when you try to write in your scorebook and your finger. And a full count now to Castro.
Okay, I'm betting Dale Thayer here tries to locate the fastball away. You want to make him earn his way on. You don't want to miss with a breaking ball, although he will swing at that, but he's thrown some good fastballs on the outside corner.
Montero, he of 2 home runs today, is on deck. Back to Thayer. Quick reaction snares that one out of center field, and it's a 1-2-3. 9th inning, we go. Extra panels at Wrigley Field on this chilly day. And coming up in the top of the 10th inning, Matt Kemp. He'll be following Yonder Alonso. A 6-6 tie.
Trailing 6-2. Yonder Alonso led it off. Single to center field. Matt Kemp. A hit to deep shortstop. 2 on, no one out. Line drive, RBI single Upton. It's 6-3 as Alonso scores. Later in the inning, Middlebrooks off the right field wall. 6-4. Then a ground out, 6-5. Jerko knocks in a run. And then with 2 outs, pinch hitter Jan Solarde singled through the right side. Middlebrooks scored to tie the game at 6-all. And we start anew here in the top of the 10th inning. Alonso, who got things going in the 9th, leads it off against the new left-handed pitcher, Zach Rosscup. Sixth pitcher used for the Cubs today. 0-2 to Alonso, who has a pair of singles in 4 trips. Stays at 1-2.
You know, with Chris Bryant at third base playing well off the line and the lefty Rosscup out there, if he goes away, Yonder can play a little pepper down that left field line right there, and he did that earlier in the game.
That's right, a single to start the
yes.
2 runs in the first was inside the bag at third, and then Kemp homered to left. Kemp and then Upton to follow here in the top of the 10th. The fans here at Wrigley headed for the exits before the 9th inning with the 6-2 Cubs lead, and they're going to be startled when they reach information that the Cubs let it get away, at least for the moment, and the Padres with a 4-run rally and now trying to pick off the win. High fly ball to left field, carrying fairly well. Cesar then comes back in to make the catch. And that ball was away from the scoreboard to the left of it, so the wind did have impact on it.
Hit over here that side. You hit it up here. Oh, it's going to go.
As it did for Miguel Montero, his first of 2 home runs. Here's Kemp. His home run was away from the scoreboard, but he crushed it in the first inning. 2 for 4 for Matt Kemp, and the big 2-run homer to start things in the first inning.
Hey, nothing like bonus baseball, free baseball, Professor, huh?
Oh, that's terrific. You know, you don't pay any more for it, do you?
No. You know, 9 innings. We're in the 10th. That's free baseball.
Let's see. One of the many bargains about this great game. Hit well to right center field. Out to the wall and caught by the right fielder Soler. And that wind blowing it back to the shorter part of the right field area. And Soler coasting along, and he was running out of room. Got a bite of vines, those leafless vines in right field. Kemp just misses.
Well, you know what? With Soler wearing that mask, that is highway robbery. He takes away extra bases for Matt Kemp.
Yeah,
Who is that masked man?
That would have been at least a double. So 2 outs. And Justin Upton, 1 for 4. RBI single in the 9th inning.
I'm going to buy you one of those face masks for tomorrow.
I'll take it. And I packed all the
I did
gear
too.
I had long underwear and sweaters, and I was deceived by the weather yesterday. It was 70-some degrees, and I looked out the window, and it looked nice and sunny. And I'm going to be dressed tomorrow. You'll think a grizzly is sitting next to you. And the count goes 1-2 on Justin Upton. What evil lurks in the heart of man. Survival of the fittest here at Wrigley now. Another drive to right field. Soler on his horse. Won't get to this one. It caroms off the brick wall and right, and Upton has himself a double, and the Padres have the go-ahead score in position here in the 10th. And Kemp's near miss, or the Padres would be in the lead.
What a great piece of hitting right there by Justin Upton. That ball on contact down the center of the diamond, but taking it to the opposite field. So he is so strong. And you're right, Dick. That play from Soler in right field is huge for the Cubs.
Upton comes out, and Will Venable will pinch run, carrying the tying run. Or the go-ahead run, excuse me. As Middlebrooks grounds that way out in front. Middlebrooks with a key double in that 4-run go-round in the 9th inning. Added speed at second base in the form of Venable. 1-1 to Middlebrooks. Struck out twice, grounded out. Did Will, and then doubled off the base of the wall in right field. Same area that he hit his home run yesterday.
So be careful with the pickoff. You see Herrera right there behind second base. He can sneak in behind on a pickoff.
Grounded to third. Drawing up with it. Ooh. Good hustle by Middlebrooks. That was close at first, and Rizzo had to reach into the runner to make the catch. And Soler's catch into the ivyless walls. Big play. It's still tied. Dale Thayer stays in, work his second inning. Bottom third of the order, but Miguel Montero, after striking out and walking, has hit back-to-back home runs. Solo in the 6th and a 2-run shot in the 7th for the last 2 runs scored by Chicago. They are asked to pitch a second inning. Fastball strike.
You know, I will say this: Bill Welke, the home plate umpire, he has been consistent on that high strike all day long.
1-1.
Overloaded on the right side for the Padres defense. Wil Middlebrooks all by himself over on the left side.
Pops him up, but the wind won't impact that. It'll land in the crowd. Off Tyson Ross to the opposite field for the solo home run that broke a 2-2 tie in the 6th, and then the 7th he pulled it off Chris Rierick for 2 more Cubs runs, their 5th and 6th of the game. He has been a Padre nemesis. 2-2. Yeah, there were no tears shed when news came that the D-backs had traded him away to Chicago, figuring you're only going to see him 6 times, not 18. Right into the shift. Amarista on one knee to make sure that didn't get through, and there's one away.
That was pretty, wasn't it?
You put 4-3 in there or 6-3?
You know, I put 4-3 because then that gives me the direction where it was hit. And then I'll put like a little 6 near it to indicate that it was the shortstop that.
Okay. I'll put a little 6 up in the corner.
Is that how you
box.
do it? Yeah.
The assist to the shortstop, but you put 4-3 in your book.
Right.
Matt Cesar pinch hit and struck out. That was back in the 8th and 7th inning.
Yes, he did.
With that fastball, and they are ahead 1-2 on the count.
Good nickname for this kid would be Salad.
Right field, off the glove of Jerko. He tried to take it out of right field, but that ball tailing away with the wind and the direction of a sliced liner. And Cesar is aboard for the winning run in the 10th inning.
In and out of the glove, it looked like, from Jed Jerko.
Yeah, he hit it momentarily.
Second basemen usually use a smaller glove. Third baseman use a bigger glove. Shortstop, and in the webbing and out.
Yeah, he had it up in the webbing. Couldn't secure it. So here's Herrera.
Easier on the turn. That's usually, I think we had an equipment show last year. We talked about equipment. Second baseman, shortstop generally use a smaller glove. Therefore, on the turn, it's easier to take that baseball, get that baseball out of the glove. Third basemen tend to use a bigger glove at the hot corner. And of course, there's the first baseman's glove, which is a totally different story.
Cesar has a stolen base, and the fact he tried to bunt or looked as if he wanted to try to bunt his way on indicates that he's a runner. Herrera, as you saw, 1 for 4 and scored a run back in the 5th. One out. Cesar carrying the winning run at first base.
See Wil Middlebrooks' glove a little bit bigger than Jed Jerko's glove at third base, or at second base rather.
Some of the 33,000.
They don't like throwing to first base.
Fans, they only like it if it's your turn.
Yeah.
It's true everywhere. And he's a third to steal.
He's going.
Goes. Throw by Norris is on the third base side, goes into center field, but no further advance. Oh, he's quick, isn't he?
Yeah, you could smell that one coming. It happened yesterday too with the Cubs. Joe Madden sending that runner, getting him in the scoring position. Good jump from Cesar. And Derek just kind of yanks this one a little bit, working underneath it.
Third stolen base by the Cubs today. Second of the season for Caesar. So the winning run in scoring position with only one out. 2-0 the count on Herrera. Dexter Fowler, switch hitting outfielder on deck. First base open. Line to left. Venable, who has replaced Upton out there, able to make the play. Herrera hits it hard for the second out. So it's up to Dexter Fowler. He's 0 for 3 with a couple of walks. Tough out.
Yeah. But isn't it, it's, I said it earlier how, when Montero hit in the shift, right, it was hit hard, but how pretty that play was because of the shift. And that's a testament to the pitchers hitting their spots and hitting it right to the defender. It's fun to watch.
Fowler takes a breaking ball for a strike. Does he throw a change? You don't see it very often.
He mixes one in every once in a while. Good call.
Plenty of speed carrying the winning run. 2 outs here in the 10th. 1-1. Another changeup. The hitter's expecting the fastball from Thayer. He's predominantly a fastball pitcher.
What a great pitch to add to his repertoire.
Now 1-2. That was a pretty good pitch.
He's been calling that all afternoon.
Top of the strike zone. 2-2. Venable toward the line and squeezes the final out. We go to the 11th. Tied at 6.
Knotted up at 6. Also in the hit column, 10 hits apiece, 1 error also. And after this one, after the Padres win this one, the next TV tomorrow right here from the friendly confines, left-hander John Lester on the slate against Andrew Kastner, the former Cub. Both making their 3rd start. Hope you join us here on Fox Sports San Diego starting at 10:30 with Padres Live, the pregame show. Dick, you going to join me for that one?
I'm going to be there.
All right.
All right.
Sounds good.
Keep me warm. All right, the 11th inning. Zach Ruscup to Jerko. Ball one. Jed is fly twice to center, grounded twice to third, knocked in a run with the ground out of the 4 runs in the 9th. He's due to tag one. Strike, 1-1. The Padres get the 2-run homer from Kemp in the first, and then have just 2 base runners all the way to the 9th inning. A single by Ross and a walk to Nieves. And then they explode. Late on that swing. 1-2. Put together 6 hits and 4 runs. Kimbrel, who's been up a couple of times today, is ready to work. For the Padres to get him a run. 2-2.
Brian Schlitter. That's Schlitter with an L warming up in the bullpen for the Cubs.
He gave that 3-run home run yesterday to Wil Myers. Jerko chases one in the dirt, and it's strike 3. One away. Marista, the batter. He's 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. 3 strikeouts today. Didn't get away from the pitcher, so that's an easy out. 2 away.
I like the idea, right? But just bunted too hard, and the Cubs anticipating that. Bryant looks like he was into third base a little bit.
Looks who's going to pinch hit here. James Shields.
Number 33, James Shields.
Yeah, the only bench player the Padres have left is Clint Barmas. They've used Spangenberg, Venables in the left, Norris behind the plate, and Solarte.
Lifetime 200 hitters, a pitcher, Shields. Yesterday in his start, he grounded out and struck out. 204 lifetime.
Good hack.
He does take a good hack. 2 strikes on Shields. He'll be able to boast about this. The manager wants me to pitch here.
Hey, let the big dog eat right there, huh? Throw that head.
So 55-footer, 1-2. Runs, 10 hits for the Padres, 6 runs, 9 hits. 10 hits as well for the Cubs. Another foul away. Out of artillery, Bud Black. Good effort, but down he goes swinging. A couple of strikeouts for Zach Ruskup in the 11th. windy Saturday afternoon in Chicago. Craig Kimbrell has come in to work the 11th inning. The Padres' 6th pitcher, following Tyson Ross, Brandon Maurer, Chris Rearick, Sean Kelly, Dale Thayer. 2 fine innings from Thayer. And now Kimbrell.
Try saying Craig Kimbrell 5 times real fast when the wind chill is 32 degrees.
Craig.
Mentioned it earlier, but Joaquin Benoit is down. Bud Black giving him the day off because of the recent workload. So Kimbrell, usually saved down the road for a save situation, right?
He's going to pitch to the big guns for the Cubs. Soler, Rizzo, and Bryant. Soler doubled off the left field into the left field corner the last time after striking out the first 3 at-bats against Tyson Ross. He's 1 for 5. His identity will be revealed tomorrow in Game 3. Ooh, fastball hitter, fastball pitcher. 2-0. That second pitch was at the knees.
Yeah.
No call. Off the head of the bat. Alonso fast enough to beat Soler to the bag, and there's 1 away. Chris Button, you still with us?
A little chilly out here. I was going to tell you, one of the things that the opposing teams like about the construction right now is just how quiet it is in the outfield. No screaming right now, so they're able to talk to each other out there. But don't you worry, come mid-May, those hecklers will be back out there.
Yeah, they do a good job here. Yeah, it is nice to have a little peace when you're in the corner outfield spots here at Wrigley. Here's Rizzo. That get him? No, he's able to skip away. Rizzo, couple of hits. Infield hit on I'm getting out of here, and it rolled off his bat to the left side. Of course, with a shift on, it worked as an infield hit. The other was a line single to left field. 2 for 5. Foul in and out of the glove of Norris.
Boy, Craig Kimbrell really does a fine job of keeping the pitches down in the zone for a power pitcher. You know, you think as a power pitcher, he's going to be a little bit wild, you know, up in the zone.
Yeah.
You know, he's gonna miss once in a while, but consistently he's down.
That's a good point. Yeah, the power pitchers usually they're up in the letters. They want you to go up the ladder. He keeps it down. Breaking ball. 2-1. Three men on the right side, employing the Rizzo shift. A late timeout called by Rizzo and granted by Bill Welke, and Kimbrell was halfway into his windup. Moore's going to go out and talk to Kimbrell. 3-1. You don't want to get something into Rizzo's power.
Did you see the movie The Graduate?
Yes.
Remember the scene when Dustin Hoffman was out by the pool and the gentleman comes up to him and goes, "Son, I've got one word for you. Plastics." And walked away.
And your point is?
Very important part of the equipment to wear on the baseball field.
Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. Three and one. Tip, and did Rizzo go for the downs?
Once again, a pitch down though, right? Down in the zone.
Usually left-handed hitters like it down there. Full count.
He's got to be looking number one here. He's got to be looking out over the plate.
And he walked it. Winning run is on. That'll bring up Chris Bryant. These fans just cheering Bryant's every move since called up from Hawaii and now Iowa, rather.
Well, let's go back to the first pitch. Kimbrel versus Rizzo. Breaking ball down. Fastball down. Misses with the breaking ball there, but you know the... Oh, hello. And then caught on the fastball. Misses him, and you know that is a legitimate ball. That's a ball off the plate. So good eye by Anthony Rizzo.
So Bryant. Opposite foul out of play. Bryant has walked 3 times, flied out, and in the 5th inning knocked in a run with a broken bat, loop single to center for his first big league hit. Well, the script was set for him yesterday to win it late in the game, but he grounded out. Here's another chance for him today. Pops this one foul.
You think Kimbrel's going to drop a breaking ball on him right here, Dick? Outer half? What do you think?
That would be a reasonable sign for Norris to throw out there for him. 2 high fastballs, then come back low and away.
Just make sure you get it out. Oh, he's coming inside. Fastball.
Runner goes. Throw by Norris. He had no chance. Stolen on the pitcher. Rizzo had a big break. Kimbrel didn't give him a look.
That pitch was a strike, and I think because of the location of it and the way Derek Norris had to go after it, it took it away from Bill Welke. But, you know, to me, I've always been a big proponent of a strike is a strike. It doesn't matter what the catcher does. Look, he's set up inside. He has to reach across. That's what's preventing the umpire from calling that a strike?
Yeah, that's a perfect strike. Low and away. So Bryant gets a second life. 4 steals now in the game. Rizzo with a couple. So he's in scoring position. A walk and a steal as good as a double. 2-2. Wellington Castillo is in the on-deck circle. Another foul fly.
.97 on the fastball.
Pitcher spot due next. Tied in the 11th. Winning run carried by Rizzo out at second base on a walk and a steal. 1 out. 2-2 again coming up to Bryant. Chopped up the middle behind the bag. Amarista on the run. Safe. Well, Bryant can run pretty well. Amarista did everything he could. And Bud Black going out to talk to the first base umpire, James Hoy, on the call. He used his challenge earlier in the game and lost on it.
Yeah, he's going to have to lobby to the umpires to say, hey, you know what? This is a tie ball game, and this is a big play right here. Oh, he might be out.
See, Amarista juggled the ball just briefly and had to take an extra step before throwing to first base.
Well, you know, I stand corrected. I think he might be safe. Dick, what do you think?
I think he's safe.
Yeah.
But as you saw in that replay, Amarista didn't field it cleanly, and the extra step was the difference in out and safe at first base.
Yeah, that second shot we had was a good shot.
So Bryant with a couple of scratch hits today, his first major league base hits, if indeed this holds up as called. And if so, No surprise there. The tying run is at third with one out.
Yep, foot on the bag there, and the ball is not yet in the glove of Yonder Alonso.
They got it right. So in this situation, Bud Black's going to use perhaps a 5-man infield. Will they walk Castillo to load the bases? Get a play at every base.
Yeah, we've seen Buddy Black do this a lot in years past. He just wants to have everybody on the same page as Wil Myers is in on the mound. Derek Norris looked like he was talking about switching gloves, possibly.
But you want to get another glove if you're going to come into the infield.
From the reaction from Wil Myers, it looked like that he was okay with that glove.
They may put Myers at first and Alonso over at third. Alonso, through his minor league career, played some third base.
Myers looks like he's going to go over to first, huh?
And put Alonso as the second infielder in the second base position. So Myers goes to first. Alonso at second with the right-handed hitter Castillo up. They'll load the left side of the infield.
And as I mentioned before, Kimbrel works down in the zone. Good chance for a grounder, keeping that ball on the ground. So overloading on the left side. 3 on the left side, 2 on the right.
One of the 3 catchers for the Cubs, Castillo. Ooh, nice play by Norris. Way out, backhanding a one-hopper. Check it, it's David Ross that's going to hit here now, not Castillo.
Ooh, wow. Derek Norris doing a great job of impersonating a first baseman, picking that one out of the dirt.
2 outfielders, Venable in left, Kemp in right, no one in center. Veteran Ross.
You know, squeeze is an option as well.
There's a square, a safety squeeze. He takes it away. No harm in walking him.
No.
Montero's on deck. He's already had a good day.
Like you said, Dick, you know what? A walk is not the worst fate.
Seems to me Castro's on deck, and then Montero. Way outside. That, in essence, was a pitch around. Load the bases, have a play at every base. Brings the double play into the picture. The second walk of the inning. So 2 walks in a scratch single have loaded them up with 1 out. Castro, 2 hits and 5 trips today. RBI single included. Rizzo the winning run 90 feet away. Infield jammed with 5 fielders. The 2 outfield positions, Venable and Kemp, playing shallow. Softball depth.
Yeah, and Buddy Black was just positioning Jed Jerko, who's on the shortstop side at second base.
And time called as Castro backs out.
Now it's a matter of an infield chopper playing catch with Derek Norris with the force at the plate.
First baseman Myers. Be alert to get to the bag, maybe turn an infield to catcher to first base double play. Line through the left side, and the Cubs will win it 7-6. Castro delivers. So this series is even.
A game apiece. The Padres made it interesting with a 4-run ninth to tie it, but Castro's third hit of the afternoon drives in the winner, and the Cubs 7, the Padres 6.
Looked like a breaking ball that stayed up and in, flattening out a little bit, and Castro beats the infield being in, beats the shift.
Well, another terrific game. Yesterday, a 1-run win for the Padres. The Cubs answer today with a 1-run victory. Final 7-6. And now let's go to Mike Pomerantz.